Well, good morning, Corporations Committee. Welcome to Hewlett in Crook County. It's been 6 years since corporations met in Crook County. As this is the home territory of my good co-chairman, before we do roll call this morning, I'll turn it over to him for some welcome introductions.
Thank you. Welcome everybody to Crook County. You're sitting in the old high school gym. This is kind of what's fun for what happens. This is where I went to school at, and they ended up saving it and putting it together. But would really like to welcome everybody to a green spot, truly God's country this year. And it's good to see all the faces out here in the crowd to come up north. I think second committee meeting, maybe third that's ever been in Hewlett. So thank everybody for coming. Let's have a good day and enjoy, and thank the good Lord for green grass and good years. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. The last time I was in this gym was 9 years ago, when I was privileged to give the commencement address to Hewlett High School's graduating class of 8 students, including Representative Nyman's son. So it's good to be back in this gym. With that, let's call the roll. Katie.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is roll call for Wednesday, June 29th, 2022. Senator Boner. Senator Case. Senator Nethercott. Senator Scott.
Here.
Representative Blackburn.
Excused.
Representative Burt. Representative Clausen. Representative Duncan. Representative Ayer.
Here.
Representative LeBeau. Representative McGuire. Representative Roscoe. Co-Chairman Driscoll.
Here.
Chairman Swanser.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
With that, the first topic on our agenda actually should be to welcome Kelly Lower, who's our newest LSO staff member. So please welcome Kelly. She's going to be one of our research strategists in LSO, and is pleased. I think, is this your first meeting up in Hewlett? So welcome, and hopefully well, there you go. Well, at least mine works. So it's not often we get all 3 public service commissioners in the same location, but welcome all of you to Hewlett. And so as we've all seen on the agenda, we have multiple topics today, but perhaps we could just start out, Mr. Petrie, you're the current chairman of the commission. Is that correct? You would maybe just go through a quick introduction, and then what's been moving and shaking in the Public Service Commission over the last year since you were last before us, and then we can kind of start going through the agenda of and transition through some of the issues, if that would work. Go ahead, Mr. Petrie.
What? No, it's a solid green light. All right. Thank you. I'm Chris Petrie. I'm chairman of the Public Service Commission. I'm here today with Mike Robinson, deputy chairman, and Commissioner Mary Throne, one of your former colleagues and who you know well. We have several subtopics to talk about today. A couple of things just by way of overview. veer off maybe from electricity just for a moment. But as I'm sure most of you are all aware, there's a great deal of extraordinary activity in the electrical sector. And we have, of course, a major role in that as the site of a lot of generation, both the coal-fired generation that we all know and love, and the wind generation that has come into being in the last couple of decades, and that has also become a major part of the landscape of Wyoming, especially the electric utility landscape. There's very most likely quite a bit more coming. Major things that have happened lately in that vein are the approval of a large transmission line. We issued a certificate of public convenience and necessity for a major transmission construction project by Rocky Mountain Power. We also have a pending application from one of the Black Hills companies, Cheyenne Light. They're proposing to build some more transmission. So we've got a immediate future that'll likely see quite a bit of electrical infrastructure built in the state, both generation, transmission. You would have also heard about some preliminary planning around some pumped storage facilities that Pacificor Rocky Mountain Power has in mind. There has been some activity in the cooperative world, and I won't try to dip into their business too much, but we did intervene in a FERC proceeding that has to do with the proceedings for some Colorado cooperatives to exit the tri-state, or at least to alter or exit their tri-state supply arrangements. And that's in progress. We're awaiting a recommended decision on that so that we can determine what next to do. And that's the Attorney General's office is assisting with that. Beyond that, earlier in the year, and this ended up in the newspaper a good bit, there was a rather sudden development that proposed or threatened the immediate closure of Jim Bridger 2 by the end of the year for air quality reasons. Fortunately, that worked out a different way. We began an investigation immediately because of concerns about what that might do to the reliability and adequacy of the grid, not only for Wyoming, but elsewhere in the western region. And what we found was that it would have not been a good or helpful thing for anybody for that plant to be shut down so abruptly on the basis of some kind of a misunderstanding or misapprehension of what was going to be required under the Clean Air Act. And so the Attorney General's office took that up, and the governor's office was directly and very involved with that. And so fortunately, that ended up with a different plan where that plant continues to operate, continues to contribute to the capacity and the energy output of the total plants on the grid. So that was a good outcome and a relief. We were very, very alarmed by the prospect that might occur so abruptly, and outside of any planning that we had presented to us. So that was a surprising and unwelcome development. Good to see that go a different way. So the other thing that I wanted to mention is, and you may very well hear about this, we have seen some very significant gas price increases pretty much across the board. It varies from utility to utility, but so far in the last year or so, I think a fair rough estimate is around 50% increase in in the gas cost or gas bill. And if you remember last February when the storm and the electrical outages and the gas system outages and problems occurred, kind of centered in Texas, and those problems proliferated through the natural gas market along with the electricity market, especially in Texas, but it affected gas prices everywhere. And so what happened there is in the space of a few days, our gas utilities, and again, not all of them, but just generally speaking, accrued nearly a year's worth of gas bills for their wholesale gas just in a few days. So the situation that we've got now, to catch up on that, is we've got surcharges that have been approved, and there's balancing account mechanisms, but the utilities are entitled to collect the prudently incurred cost of gas, and for the most part, there was nothing anybody in Wyoming or anywhere else managed to really do to protect themselves from those market gyrations that accompanied that February extreme weather event, or as everybody's calling it. So the utilities are making some progress. The customers are making some progress in getting those bills paid. It's something that we have to keep right on top of, because there's always a possibility of a future similar event. And the last thing we want to have is that kind of bad news pancaked on top of new bad news. So that's an important thing that's happened in the natural gas utility service world. And of course, again, not a welcome surprise by any means. Some of our utilities have revised their gas acquisition practices, done some hedging, but there's no way to achieve perfect protection, or even maybe a high level of protection without great expense. So there's a bit of a gamble, if I must say, when it comes to trying to hedge or avoid the potential gyrations in the natural gas market. It's not free. It's sort of like buying insurance, I guess, and you can pay a lot and get a really good policy, or you can take a chance and see how you get treated by events and the markets. But anyway, that's what's been going on lately, other than things that we'll probably touch on as we go through some of the major cases. We have, as usual, and at least especially in the last few years, we've been engaged in some rulemaking activities. We've got more in the planning stage on that front. We are managing to keep ourselves just about fully staffed up. I would say that recruitment has been a little bit more difficult for us than we're used to, with fewer applicants to pick from. But so far, so good on that count. We have managed to keep ourselves staffed with the right kind of people, and we'll keep at that.
Okay. Any immediate questions, committee? We're going to go through some of the cases and the generation, but if there's something outside of those in electricity that we want to ask about at this time, not seeing any. So perhaps Mr. Petrie, unless the other commissioners
Anything
need to
to
jump
add?
in at this point, we'll proceed. Commissioner Throne, anything? Welcome.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Chairman. It seems like I did have a comment. I haven't had enough coffee this morning yet, Mr. Chairman. But with the February weather event, just to mention, everybody did come in and explain to us what they had done, and we've reviewed all of those expenses in detail. We're still finishing up Black Hills, I believe. But you know, people had different utilities had different mechanisms in place. And it really did reverberate, not just in the natural gas pricing, but obviously electricity now also depends on natural gas. And I certainly had neighbors calling me saying, Mary, my gas bill is too high. And I'm sure you did too.
It's been a difficult couple months with inflation and gas prices, et cetera. With that, no other further questions from the committee. Let's just jump into generation then. The PSC has provided a list of all of our cited generation and our public utility generation provided in the packet. And I believe some of the information, we provided copies at the back table. And it's also online as well for those people watching on YouTube. And so Commissioner Petrie, I don't know if there's anything specific you want to talk about on some of these retirements. If there's anything the PSC wants to, ensure the legislature knows about the changing landscape in regards to some of these. I know we'll hear from some of the power companies here in a bit. But if there's anything you wanted to go on this list that we should be aware of, certainly appreciate any education you can provide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a few things that this table is pretty simplified, so there's a lot of details that you can get into about probably any one of these plants or any one of the arrangements surrounding these plants. I do want to say that you'll notice in the column that has to do with retirement, on the first page of the table itself, you've got beginning with the Pacificor plants. Those are tentative retirement dates. And what we mean by that is a reflection of what the company has portrayed in its planning documents. It is not an application, a request, an announcement. And as you'll remember from the last 2 or 3 years, the resource planning process is a dynamic process. And I think the company would pound on the table while they say that. It's not a finished product at any moment. In fact, by the time they file an IRP with us or file an update, they've already moved on and they're engaged in further comment periods, they're receiving further input and studying some more. So this is an ongoing process. And so the retirement dates are tentative retirement dates. And I would also just mention that if there's a successful CCUS project installed on a plant, none of these plants really have a sufficient tentative or sufficient term between now and the tentative retirement for an economic installation of a CCUS plant. That would, in my mind at least, almost necessarily, it would necessarily require that plant would run longer, because these facilities would be major investments and it takes time for those to be paid for. So, and of course, we don't know the outcome of any of that yet. Now, it is interesting to look, I'm sorry, yes.
I just wanted to emphasize that, of course, they have to apply to us to retire. And we have to approve according to the laws that all of you have passed in the last few years. Senate File 159, House Bill 200, Senate File 21, which is related, and the one from 2021, House Bill 88, the presumption against closure. I might not have that number right. I used to remember all these things, but I just wanted to stress that we decide
When
whether-
people retire.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be interesting in the private world? If your boss could just decide when you got to retire, whether or not you wanted to.
Oh, not yet, buddy.
All right, thanks. Go ahead. You have a question? Senator Driscoll.
Real quick, you just went through the list of bills. What's been the net impact of those bills on closure to date and going forward? We're hearing that some of these bills are causing quicker closures or having big negative effects. Are you folks seeing that coming through, or do the bills just kind of there?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of any circumstance that I could point to where any of the recent legislation has actually resulted in the moving up of any of these tentative dates or of any actual action. And, you know, there really hasn't been any major closure or retirement lately. So I guess maybe I've missed something, but I'm not aware of any phenomenon where bills that you guys have passed in the last several years have put any of the plants in peril of more immediate closure.
And perhaps the inverse in your mind, have any of the legislation we put into place in your mind prolonged? So I'm not sure always if you, in your role, you might not get all the political messaging that goes on with some of these pieces of legislation that impact your agency, but a lot of it has been involved in how soon some of these plants will be closing and if we can extend their life. And so the other question is, in this framework over 4 years of us putting multiple pieces of legislation that sometimes coincide and sometimes stack and sometimes don't work with one another, is there any kind of appreciable benefit on how long some of these plants may continue to be past what was previously thought to be their expiration? The other way for your question.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna take an approach to answering that, and if I get it wrong, you can frown at me or tell me to try again. But I'd say that it's too soon to tell, for one thing, because as mentioned, we don't have any applications to close anything. We don't have any requests that we approve a specific retirement plan. And so I think that the overall effect of the legislation in the last few years will be, there will be more work. You know, it will impose some regulatory overhead on the utilities. It's more work for the commission, but what you get is a more thorough and thoughtful and useful examination of the whole circumstance surrounding the plant, surrounding the utility service in the state, including reliability and adequacy. And that inquiry in each case will be more complete. And so, to me, better, because we have other requirements that didn't exist before. So we've got specific guidelines about things that have to happen before a plant can close. So whether it's attempting to sell it, whether it prompts a conversion because of doubt about the robustness of your plan or your proposal, it may inspire utilities to think of other alternatives. It's hard to say exactly, whether or what effect it's going to have ultimately on the closure. And I suppose it's one of those things that we'll never really know for sure.
Follow up.
One last follow-up. I'm actually going on what I'm being presented in a series of meetings. Been told once again, 200 is going to raise utility bills by $100 a month across the board plus. Is there any evidence that 200 is causing utility bills to go up or will force them to go up?
Commissioner Petrie, I know it's on the agenda coming up, and I believe you have 2 or 3 different dockets open in regards to CCUS. Well, either way, if you want to jump into that now, let's do it.
We'll sure talk about that, Mr. Chairman. There is, the process that the companies are going to have to go through just to comply with the statute, even in the worst case scenario where we went through the whole exercise and at the end found that there was no viable carbon capture use and storage facility economically or for whatever reason that a particular utility could install on its generation facility. That's still to get to that point, even if it was unsuccessful, that would still be a fairly major undertaking. And I think we're being told that in the case of Rocky Mountain Power, and they'll be here in a little bit, and correct me if I get this wrong, but it sounds like we're talking about at least several $1 million for the studies and the work that goes into answering the question, can you viably, economically build carbon capture on one of your plants or more of your plants? So there is money at stake, and you know, that's so that's a bill that comes due to the customers in Wyoming, because you know, as costs get allocated across the states, if you pass a law that says you got to do a particular thing, the other states aren't interested in that, then and don't have anything similar, then you got to pay it. So there is an expense associated with just the initial steps of studying it. If there's, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, and they have what's called an accounting order in place to track those, you know. So again, it's tracked, and when we get to the end, we'll have a separate determination as to whether they get to recover those costs. But as a general rule, those costs get passed on.
So far, so good, Senator Case? Go ahead, Commissioner Petrie. Let's start with McGuire and then we'll go to Clausen. Go ahead, McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've asked this question before and will continue to ask it. I'm looking at the proposed closure for Dave Johnson, which is near and dear to my heart because it's right down the highway from where I live. How do we protect the citizens of the state of Wyoming? Let's say that in 2027, instead of closing it, they just mothball it and they decide to let it sit pending study after study after study, not doing anything. What authority, what power do we have to either make them close it and reclaim it or do something else with it as opposed to let it just sit? Wherein does our power in that negotiation lie? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative McGuire. Again, we have no application. We have no specific closure, reclamation, equipment removal, or any of that before us. But as long as those plants have been in service, money has been collected in rates in contemplation of the need to retire it and do the necessary reclamation. And so again, I don't think that it's down to the very specifics, but I do know that my expectation, and I think a reasonable one under the laws that we operate under and the arrangements with the public utility providing service in this state, include responsible handling of the retirement and reclamation aspects of building, owning, operating, and retiring a plant. So we've paid across time for the cost of performing that last bit. And to the extent that you have concerns about the idea that maybe somebody could just stall and put it in mothballs and let it sit there and be a blight on the landscape, if that's what you're getting at. I suppose that that's possible, but I doubt that it would be, it could be. I shouldn't get too carried away. It may not be financially beneficial to the company to do that. And if it is somehow beneficial to them, I think that the commission has the authority to direct them to handle the tear down, retirement, whatever reclamation, whatever is involved. We are not experts on the details of reclamation projects. You know, there are other agencies that will tell you what mixture of grass seeds you need to plant on the roads after you plow them up. That's not really us. So I'm not sure exactly how those tasks end up assigned, but I'm sure we can get any necessary help if it ends up being completely our responsibility somehow from others with expertise, or we can demand it from the companies. But in sum, I think that money has been paid for the purpose of handling the end of life of these plants. And so I think that the commission is in a position to ensure that that occurs in a satisfactory way.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a follow-up. So with regard to that, I've heard that before. In fact, I've heard the utilities say, yes, in our rates, we have set aside reclamation money, and that is somewhere off. We don't know where it is. Nobody's ever put their finger on it or said this is the account that they've shown me. So my question is, for example, if I were to go out and put a gravel pit in, or maybe make an application for an oil well, I would put a cash bond or a surety bond with the state of Wyoming. Why don't we have some kind of hold on that money? Why don't they have, whether it be a surety bond or a cash deposit? Why don't we have access to those funds so that we can put our finger on it and say, okay, there's the $300 million that's been collected and set aside to reclaim Dave Johnson, as opposed to just taking the utility's word for it. And I would add to that, there was a utility in California that caused a huge grass fire, and suddenly they took bankruptcy. How are we protected, other than too big to fail? How are we protected to make sure that we have access to these funds to reclaim these plants that have been in operation for years and years? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner, thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, Representative McGuire, to back up to your last question, and then I'll get to your second question. Industrial siding covers some of the power plants. Some of them have industrial siding permits. I don't believe Dave Johnston does, because it's too old. So that is one hook that's separate, potentially separate, and I would defer to DEQ because I'm a little rusty on my industrial siding knowledge. We do have pretty substantial power over the utilities, and everything they do has to come through us. We do have the piece I wanted to mention that is probably on the chairman's list, is we do have a decommissioning study case pending for Rocky Mountain Power. They have done a number of decommissioning studies. Other states are looking at those decommissioning studies too. So I think through that docket, we can at least start to get the answer to your second question. But if they've been collecting money from customers in rates for a particular purpose, then they have to use that money for that purpose. And it's our job to make sure that they do so. An additional bond would be an added expense that the ratepayers would have to pay. And I think in terms of most of the environment or the power plants, there are substantial environmental regulations apart from what we have jurisdiction over that govern those. But I would ask DEQ specifically what sort of authority they might have over closure of any large industrial facility in the state, because they're the ones who do the reclamation and all of that.
Okay, we're going to get to Representative Claus and then Senator Scott and back to Senator Driscoll. Representative Claus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question has to do with when we look kind of globally at European energy policy, we see some failures. There's some unanticipated things that that are leading to some scrambling in an energy policy in the European, I guess, energy policy. But do we have mechanisms in place to stave off retirement and save for national security reasons if we need a surplus, say for some sort of manufacturing or some sort of long-term security advice, or is that not necessarily in our toolbox?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen. As we look around the world, we see these developments. For example, there's sudden discussion about reviving and continuing to run coal facilities in Germany. There's discussion about whether or not to actually close the Diablo Canyon nuclear facility in California. And so I think that there are potential avenues to alter anybody's plans, who the owners and operators of these facilities. And there are no doubt powers at the federal level to exempt or reduce or waive restrictions or requirements that might be pushing retirement of some facilities. And so I think that it's kind of it's a matter of whether the crisis arrives before you've gone too far with retirements. And so long as the retirement is just a plan and something changes in the world, then I think that it's entirely possible that you can react by deferring any of those plans until the crisis is passed, or until you revise your plan to account for whatever circumstances have made you doubt your earlier intentions to retire. Did I miss the ball completely there?
Commissioner Throne?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Clausen. And this comes up a little bit later in the regional discussion, but sort of the watchword in the West is, or many watchwords, is reliability, resiliency of the grid. And so all the assorted entities responsible for safe, adequate, and reliable power are trying to think ahead in changing circumstances to make sure that everybody keeps the lights on. And just in the 3 years that I've been doing this job, I've seen a shift in the conversation more towards more realistic discussions about reliability. And so that gives me some confidence. Now, when you get a Ukraine-like disruption, that's, that throws a monkey wrench into the planning. But I think those conversations are happening regionally all the time among the stakeholders who are in charge of making sure that the bulk power system remains reliable throughout the West.
Follow up, Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to summarize, is there enough statutory authority for this to happen, or is that an avenue we need to pursue?
Thoughts, commissioners, at the state level?
I feel like we have enough existing authority because we have the obligation to ensure safe, adequate, and reliable power, if you're just looking at the state level.
Okay. Senator Scott, you've been patiently waiting on the line. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I had not planned to get into this topic today, but in view of the discussion with regard to the Dave Johnson power plant, I've been working with some people, potential customer of theirs, on the carbon capture and I'm not far enough along to make any specific proposals, but I wanted to make a couple of observations. It looks like Dave Johnson is one of the best places there is to do a carbon capture. And that would, of course, you'd have to extend the life to make it, of the plant to make it work. And the state has a particular interest in it. The most likely customer for the carbon, the CO2 that would be captured is just 6 miles away in terms of the big muddy oil field at Glen Rock. And that field is unusual in that not only is a lot of the land, private land's been leased, but a lot of it is state land that has been leased. So the state has quite a bit of not only tax revenue, but state royalty income. Particular interest to me as chairman of the Education Committee that's at stake there. A very preliminary estimate I've seen is that over a reasonable life, the state has well in excess of $1 billion of tax and lease revenue at stake under the current laws. Wouldn't have to be changed at all. The issue was raised with regard to the cost of some of this legislation for the customers. It looks to me like in this area, the issue is going to be not cost to the customers, but how are the profits involved in selling of the CO2 as a profitable byproduct? How are they going to be divided between the ratepayers and the incumbent utility and other interested parties? As I say, I'm not prepared to make any specific proposal. I had a piece of legislation last time that we had to withdraw because it got all tangled up in the Jim Bridger situation. But we'll be under pressure to do something at the general session because there's some federal involvement with a deadline to it. We hope to talk to the power company in some detail. We had a preliminary session scheduled with them this spring and they had to cancel, and that's fine. We weren't under time pressure at that point. We hope to go back and talk to them and see if we can develop a proposal that is beneficial to all the parties involved. And I think that possibility is very real there. So as we talk to Dave Johnson, I think there is going to be another option there. That's something we're going to have to pay a lot of attention to, frankly, because if nothing else, we're elected representatives of the people and govern the state, and the state has big money at stake. So not only the jobs and the reliability of having continuing operation there, but the revenue to the state itself is involved. So I hope in future meetings to be able to be more specific, but we aren't there yet. But we do want to talk to the involved parties, particularly the power company, and see if we can't work out something that'll work for everybody.
Commissioners, I don't know if you want to weigh on this now or wait till the CCUS discussion, but any preliminary thoughts to Senator Scott's suggestions and course of action that he believes we're pursuing?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Scott, I think there's a good deal of flexibility built into House Bill 200, both in the statute and the rules and the other related new statutes, so that depending on what kind of a business arrangement might be associated with a carbon capture facility being built and operated, that where the money goes That one seems like it works. That would, in my vision of how we're going to proceed through the House Bill 200 created process, that would potentially be part of the picture. There's certainly going to be discussions about what it's going to cost to do it and what kind of potential revenue generation might also be associated with it. So I think, and unless there's something more specific that I'm just not thinking of, I think that the current statutory and rules arrangement has room for solving that problem or answering that question so that the public gets treated fairly and everybody gets an equitable outcome.
Right. Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commission, just a real quick one, and I've heard parts of it before. Goes back to the retirements and the funds that they've collected. Is all states by percentage responsible for the cleanup of these sites, or does it fall back on Wyoming ratepayers? You know, I've kind of heard both ways on this, and obviously a huge percentage of the power in Wyoming goes outside of the state of Wyoming. Do those states help participate in the closure and shutdown, or does that ultimately fall back into Wyoming ratepayers? And how does it work?
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, during the life of these plants, at least for the past many years, it's been understood that system resources get paid for according to your proportional use of them. And, you know, and you've heard it before, our recent share of that system has been in the 15% neighborhood, you know, wavering around that range, 15 or so. I think it's a little tiny bit lower now, but as it stands, there hasn't been any rearrangement of that situation where these are system assets and all the participating or all the served states have their share of responsibility and their share of benefits from those plants. There is an evolution taking place in what we call MSP, or multi-state protocol or multi-state process. And my understanding is that there is some potential for states to adopt particular resources. And so in the case where, for example, Wyoming decided that some particular plant or unit was something that we wanted to take on for our own benefit, then we would probably acquire, we would acquire a greater share. I'm not sure it would be a complete share. There might have to be some kind of a point of departure arrangement made, because there are, you know, there's, you don't have to buy a pig in a poke, so to speak. If you adopt one of these plants, I don't think that you just assume all the burdens of it with no discussion. So,
Mr. Chairman, follow up. That's kind of in line with where I was at. Is this a statutory regulatory? Is there a way to wiggle? Because I look at like Coal Strip, Montana. That plant ran maybe 100 million over what they'd set aside for cleanup and costs. And I want to make sure the surrounding states that have benefited from our power generation help share in these cleanup costs, because I'm quite sure some of our sites are going to go beyond. Do we need to beef up our laws, or is there anything we can do to make sure that Wyoming ratepayers don't get left on the hook for generating power for states out of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you,
I'm going to say, Senator Driscoll, that I don't know as I sit here, and that's something that I'd be happy to take back and look and give some specific consideration to. We could get back to you if we, if on close examination, we think that there is a risk that we stand a chance of getting stuck with an unfair share of cleanup, or that there won't be sufficient participation by the other states, and that that's something that we need legislative help with, we could report back to you on that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I very much appreciate that. I think it's a critical issue. You know, we're looking at retirements. Gave us a list. This is going to be ongoing. It's going to be quite big, and the cleanup costs almost always environmentally. You know, basically when you get down to the Southwest, those are Superfund sites. They aren't listed as such, but they're not very far off of it. And I, for one, don't want to leave Wyoming with a polluted water table or a polluted environment because California or Utah or Oregon doesn't want to pay their part of the bill. So for me, this is a major issue coming, and I'd really like us to dig into it to make sure that with a state with 500,000-600,000 people, it doesn't take a lot of dollars to really put a huge impact on the state. And we want to keep our state the way it was when they came in.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator, we'd be happy to look into that and consult with our sister agencies and make sure that we're not unduly exposed on that.
Again, I was just going to add that we have a pending docket on the decommissioning studies, and that is obviously without, inappropriately discussing a pending docket, making sure that the costs are adequately considered is the reason it was part of a larger docket. The reason we pulled it out and said, and I believe it was Commissioner Robinson's suggestion that we do that, that we look at it more closely. And certainly that docket could generate some information to answer your question. I was just going to add that the Oregon and Washington, definitely Washington, they have state laws requiring them to exit from coal-fired generation, which is another wrinkle that we are monitoring, thinking about, worrying about, stressing about.
So are we. Senator Scott, I'm not sure if I missed your follow-up or this is a new question, but the floor is yours.
Yes, just wanted to follow up on one comment that Commissioner Petrie made. That may well be that the process in that House Bill 200 will adequately deal with the division of profits to be earned from carbon capture and sequestration. But I would say that I'm not sure that's going to be true. I'm hoping that there will be a frank discussion between the power company and the potential customers, and we'll see what it's going to take to make a business deal that will work for everybody, and everybody includes the ratepayers. And we might have to, I wouldn't eliminate the possibility we might have to modify some of the provisions in the existing statute a bit. So just a caution there. I'm not saying we're going to, I'm not saying we're going to have to, but we're going to at least have to examine that. And that means getting some of those parties together to talk frankly about what their desires are and what their requirements are.
Agreed. Any response initially? Any other questions? All right, Commissioner, one more. Representative McGuire, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to keep this quite brief. So a couple of years ago, the people of the state of Wyoming made a substantial investment in pressurized oxy-fuel combustion to the University of Wyoming. And there was supposed to be a pilot program at Wyodak a couple of years ago, and then everything sort of went dark. The purpose of the program was to increase efficiency and decrease emissions. Has there been any progress on that? And is there any forward thinking that may help with closure decisions with regard to the utilities in the future? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you know, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, Representative McGuire, I'm not aware of any ongoing work on any of the utility plant that involves any of the existing utility plants that has to do with pressurized combustion. That's not to say that they don't look at it or consider it, but it's not something that has come to my attention.
Okay. Commissioner Throne or Commissioner Robinson? Good, go ahead.
One of the Wyandotte units is not a regulated utility, right? Sorry, I just
Oh,
was just clarifying that one of the Wyandotte units is not owned by the regulated utility. And so we don't really know what's happening there.
Right. Seeing no other questions for a bit, back to our regular agenda. We were on, if there's any other further comments or questions from the committee or anything you wanted to add on our current site generation. Commissioner Petrie.
Mr. Chairman. Back an hour, right? Okay. I really just wanted to highlight a few things about the information that's on the table. If you look at this, what you'll see is that we've got 3 investor-owned utilities and their facilities portrayed here. There are other important there are important thermal generation, primarily cooperative generation and transmission facilities that are located in Wyoming that are not really part of our, they are not under our jurisdiction, not regulated by us. So we don't include that here, but that is additional Wyoming generation. And I don't know the specifics on that, but they certainly have a lot of output given the size of the customer load that they have in Wyoming. There's also, not portrayed on this list, a good deal of non-utility wind generation and some much smaller portion of solar generation. So this isn't the entire picture, but what it is a picture of the facilities, the assets that are owned by investor-owned utilities, that is the type of utility that we have the most influence over. And when you add up the capacity of these plants, for example, looking at Rocky Mountain Power with 3,041 total thermal capacity, plus another nearly 1,600 of wind capacity, and you've got a total of 4,629 or thereabouts. The same look at the Black Hills companies gives you a total capacity of 570 with 518 megawatts of that being thermal generation. And in Cheyenne's or in Black Hills company's case, there is a good chunk of gas generation. There's some gas in Pacificor's portfolio as well, but 130-ish megawatts of Cheyenne Prairie is included in the Black Hills companies. Montana Dakota has a fractional share of one plant that's equivalent to 27 megawatts. You get a grand total of about 5,227 megawatts. And the peak demand of the customers of those 3 utilities is a number quite a bit smaller than that. It's about a third. As near as I can figure it. And you can't get too precise with it because companies have peaks at different times. And so it's not really a simultaneous peak, but it's the aggregate of the individual companies' peaks that they report to us. So it ends up being about a third of it. So I guess I think it's important to keep in mind that some of the facilities in the state do not exist to, and you guys have mentioned it already this morning, we export a lot of power. Well, that exported power, not all, but a good deal of it is being exported by public utilities that have obligations in other states that are the same kind of obligations that they have here. So we're the host of these machines and facilities, but their existence is for the purpose of serving the company's whole customer base. And like in the case of Pacificor, that means customers in 6 states are served by that. And so I guess that the point of that is just that this has, of course, this has brought great economic benefits to the state of Wyoming when these plants have been operating, some of them now for 60 years, 70 years even, or pushing 70 years. And so there's a lot of economic activity surrounding these plants. There's the mining, there's all the support services, they're huge. And when you look at a place like Kemmerer, the mine and the plant combined is a very large portion of what we'd call the good paying jobs in that place. And so we have definitely enjoyed that advantage. But this abundance of generation in the state that's not really for our own purposes also does bring with it the fact that you've got other interested parties who get a say in how these affairs ultimately shake out. And so there are limitations on our ability to control the fate of some of those, of those plants. And there's especially a limitation on any ability that we might have, at least as the Public Utility Commission, regulating a utility by setting its rates, allowing it to collect those rates, making sure that it provides adequate service, and complying with the law of the land, which says that they have to have a reasonable opportunity to make a return, and they have to be allowed to collect their reasonable expenses, their operating and maintenance. So that does create something. I guess it's not exactly a dilemma, but it does create a situation for us in the state where the Utility Commission probably does not have, I'll just say it, does not have a means of controlling the fate of all these plants. We simply don't, we're not a big enough customer as a group of the people of Wyoming to take full responsibility and fully control the fate of all of these plants. It may be possible that some portion or some selection ends up that way, but I just want to make that point, I guess, that the needs for power in the state are quite a lot smaller than the existing generation resources could produce. So we've got a mismatch there that has important implications.
So for no further things on generation, anything you want to talk about on the major cases? I know most of them are still pending, but anything in the past year, things that have affected the state, or I guess we're probably most interested in anything where statutes are causing difficulty in interpretation, or there's anything that you need from us on clarification or something that you think needs statutory fix, and then otherwise just general information you think we should know.
Welcome, Representative Nyman.
And while you think about that, Representative Nyman.
I just come tell you all, welcome to District 1. It's a pleasure to have you in Wyoming, my hometown. And we were down changing pivots and we were close. They're in their irrigation repair. They get wet and dry fast. And so I just want to welcome you all to our community. Enjoy it. Check us out. It's a great place to be. And so we're just thankful for you guys being to be here. Enjoy your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, Representative Nyman. Thanks for letting us have meetings during the work week as we're a citizen legislature. And with that, Commissioner Petrie had some time to think about it. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have already touched on several of the cases that we identified as major cases. And there are also some things that are not really included here that we've also touched on: the gas cost pass-ons and other proceedings, the investigation associated with the sudden threat to shut down Jim Bridger 2. Those are not in this. Major things that we have pending: the Rocky Mountain Power Integrated Resource Plan, plus the subsequent update. We've got a lot of interested parties there. I guess we haven't made a final decision on the exact format of the proceedings there. We're not necessarily contemplating a trial type hearing, but we will have some additional proceedings because there's pretty high interest in this, and we will definitely be providing a forum and opportunity for everybody to make sure that they have told us everything that they want us to know about what they see in that integrated resource plan. As Commissioner Throne has mentioned, we've got an application having to do with decommissioning costs. We've got an application pending before us to build additional wind generation facilities. This is the Rock River 1 facility. Also previously mentioned, we've got an application having to do with the cost of compliance with House Bill 200, or the potential cost. None of that has been determined yet, but we do have that application. We also have in front of us the first two applications to establish the low carbon energy portfolio standards. So that's brand new territory. We are on our way there. We've got the applications. These cases are going to draw some interveners, and we're going to have some proceedings around those. There's not a whole lot more that I could really talk to you about on that. Of course, the entire filings, anything that any of the interveners filed and anything is available on our website, or you can contact us and we'll make sure that you can immediately get any details or additional information that you'd like to have on that. We've got a fairly significant power cost adjustment coming. I don't know how, probably best not to talk a lot about the details there. That is the recurring Rocky Mountain Power recovery of its energy costs. And so like different from a cooperative that has a single source supply or single source of supply, or nearly so. Rocky Mountain Power, of course, is a vertically integrated company. So their power cost affairs are, like everything about a bigger company, much more involved and complicated and bigger numbers. Power cost adjustment, same sort of story on a bit smaller scale for Black Hills. A general rate case filing for Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power. Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power, I mentioned this earlier, 230 kV transmission facilities, a fairly significant project for the company. That's under consideration now. And then the Black Hills companies IRP also is in front of the commission, and that, as you won't be surprised to hear, does not draw as much attention or create as much controversy as Rocky Mountain Powers. If you look back through the list of facilities, you see some much more distant anticipated retirements, if one is even stated, for most of those plants. There's nothing coming up in the next year or two, so it doesn't create the kind of immediate concern. Things that we've recently wound up, we approved a very large transmission project that was pursued by Rocky Mountain Power. This was, I suppose you could say, the culmination of maybe nearly 20 years of effort and planning by the company. And they have their energy gateway projects, which are huge and difficult, and it's often tempting to hold them up when people talk about building new transmission all over the West, and as a way of reminding that it's really hard to do. It's a heck of a big project to build hundreds of miles of transmission across the West. You've got all the federal land issues. You've got other private land issues. You've got to have assurance that the thing will be worthwhile financially, which is not always easy to do. You may have a need for it for your own load, but you also may need to have commitments or very solid expectations that somebody is there or coming who will use those facilities. So anyway, that's the final for now chapter in a big long project by Rocky Mountain Power. Another interesting item is the Rocky Mountain Power Schedule 400 application, which that is a proposal that was a response to the new statute 373116, which is utility service agreements or electricity service agreements. So Rocky Mountain Power had proposed, following the directives of the statute or the standards or criteria of the statute, an application that allows them to develop more of a contractual arrangement rather than a rate that's actually produced by the tariff. And then there's a review of that, of any such contract that's not quite in place yet. That order's imminent, but this should provide some additional opportunities, some more explicit opportunities for the company and potential customers or existing customers whose circumstances are changing such that there's any concern that they might choose to leave the system, generate their own power, or that they have some viable alternative that would take them off the system and potentially harm the interests of other customers or the company. So that actually is kind of a big development. It shows some good creativity and problem solving initiative, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of proposals might develop as a result of that tariff being proposed and approved. Finally, on our list, we have another certificate application for repowering of Foot Creek. That was all, or that's new wind turbines. I'm sorry, I'm confused with the previous matters, but more wind build at the Foot Creek site, which you're probably familiar with, that being the kind of the pioneer commercial utility scale wind project in the state. And we all know from driving through there why the site was selected in the first place.
The best wind in the country.
That's what they tell us.
That's what they.
Any questions on that committee? You got through all the projects or?
That's all for projects.
And so tentatively next on our agenda is the Senate File 71, the deregulated industrial power zones, but I think we might skip over that. We'll allow you to finish the other bullet points on public records and carbon capture. And then if you have any comments on any of those three pieces of legislation from 2022, we'll allow you to, discuss concerns, and then we'll hear from the public on those pieces of legislation. So let's skip over the industrial power zones. Any other regional issues that you want to discuss that we haven't previously mentioned? Commissioner Throne?
I'll be brief and try and get all of you back on schedule. Really appreciate all of your questions. I believe you were sent the maps of the Western Interconnect. So a lot of our spare time, in quotes, these days is devoted to regional matters. And we've made a concerted effort to make sure that all three of us are participating in regional activities so that we have a seat at the table, know what the other states are doing, because their decisions affect what happens in Wyoming. The grid is connected. In the Western Interconnect, there is no regional transmission organization sort of managing all of the transmission assets in the markets. And there's discussion about whether we need a regional transmission organization in the West. Some states have, Nevada, for example, I believe has a legislative mandate to ensure that they join a regional transmission organization by 2030. By 2030, I hope to be chasing grandchildren. So don't tell my children I said that, Representative Swanitzer. But in any event, that's sort of, that's on the horizon, and we make every effort to be involved. Just quickly, in terms of what governs reliability in the West, in addition to our independent duty to ensure adequate and reliable power, the Western Electricity Coordinating Council is a nonprofit organization that is the delegated authority from NERC, the National Electricity, well, I always forget their acronym, but anyway, North American Electric Reliability Corporation. It's why I have to look at my slide. They're the delegated authority from FERC, the feds. The feds regulate transmission. NERC develops reliability standards, and then WEC in the West develops Western standards. I'm on a group that's under the Western Interstate Energy Board. It's called WIRAB. It's an entity created under the Federal Power Act to advise WEC and others on reliability, but mostly it's another avenue for us to continue this regional discussion. And I'm currently the vice chair, which is a position that Chairman Fornstrom held before she left. And then Commissioner Robinson is on the board of state regulators for the Western Energy Imbalance Market. And then finally, there's the Western Resource Adequacy Pool, which is a relatively new entity looking at all the issues in the West. It's a voluntary organization that the utilities can join that will commit them to certain amounts of reserve margins. As we have a changing climate in the West, changing energy mix, just to give you a specific example that we're all aware of, last summer when you had a heat dome in the Northwest that was unexpected, that changes when you need power where. So typically, historically in the Northwest, they peaked in the winter, not in the summer. And now, so you have to, all the entities that do this, and as you know, I am a history major, so I don't do the math. But many smart brains out there do the math and the physics and are constantly looking at all of these issues to adequately plan for all of these contingencies. But The changes sort of lead to a need for perhaps higher reserve margins among the utilities. And so the watchwords in the West, as I said, are reliability, resource adequacy, and we do our best to participate in all of those discussions, to work with our state neighbors and others from the other commissions. Even though we have radically different policy views from our neighbors in the Northwest, collectively, we all want to preserve the role of state commissions, authority to implement our own state policies. And we work very hard to make sure that as these regional discussions continue, that we're not inadvertently ceding power that makes it impossible for us to protect our own state policies and our own state ratepayers. And that really was a high-level overview. On the markets front, because I suspect that my friend Senator Case is probably interested in market development. So we have the energy imbalance market. There is discussion of moving towards an extended day-ahead market. And I'll defer to Commissioner Robinson to go into more of the details on that if you're interested. So I think if there is a push towards more regionalization in the West, I think that's inevitable. Whether we get to an RTO, as I said, I don't expect that to happen while I'm still here, but I do see these continued incremental changes, and we constantly evaluate them to make sure that they're serving their intended purpose, which is to save everybody money. That's the push for, one of the pushes for markets to get that. So when you have cheap solar in California or zero solar in California, and maybe the hydro's not working as well as it should be in the Northwest, you can take advantage of those rates, and then the benefits are shared across the whole system.
Any questions, committee? Sounds like a lot of organizations with a lot of acronyms that are ensuring our power is reliable and on the grid. Commissioner Throw?
It's an alphabet soup mess, frankly, but I'm starting to get it.
Seeing no comment on that, let's move to Public Records Act. Mr. Robinson, welcome. Commissioner Robinson.
Good morning, Chairman and committee members. Just going to briefly talk about the commission's process for handling confidential information. As you mostly probably already know, any document that's held by an agency is by default a public record open to inspection by any member of the public during regular business hours. Now, there are exceptions to that. If the document falls within one of those exceptions, the agency must withhold that document from inspection. So this usually, with us, it begins when a utility files a petition for confidential treatment that will usually almost always accompanies an actual application or a filing. And then our staff will review the petition for confidential treatment. And then I think somewhat unique among agencies, every petition for confidential information, treatment of information at the commission is noticed for our regular open meetings, so that every member of the public has an opportunity to see what's being requested to be treated as confidential and has an opportunity to come in and comment if they wish. Now, we will, and then at the open meeting, we will either grant or deny petition. My 3 years here, denial, I don't think we've ever actually denied, though the issue has come up later in the next box when you talk about contested cases versus non-contested cases. So in non-contested cases situations, those are things like filings of annual reports, inspection report, safety inspections, special contracts, purchase power agreements. Generally, the commission accepts those filings we do not actually take any action on them at that time. Largely, the reason is because they have no impact on a customer until the utility seeks to recover those costs in a rate case. In 2021, we had 79 contracts filed with us. The vast majority of those will never show up in a rate case. So, and, but if we do move to a contested case, then if somebody becomes a party, the rules of evidence apply. And subject to a protective order, parties then can have access to this confidential information. And the protective order will set out how the information is received by the party, who can see it, and then disposition upon conclusion of the contested case proceeding. And then we keep all confidential information stored securely, both paper form and on our docket management system. And so in a brief outlook, that's the framework of how we handle confidential information. Any questions?
Senator Case. That one.
Got one. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners. Good to see you, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. I think this ended up on our interim topic list due to some concerns from participants in your proceedings. So I think there's a feeling, at least among some people, that we protect too much information, that we routinely protect information that's kind of necessary for others to evaluate things. And in setting the stage on this question, I kind of point out that a lot of things that happen in the public utility world are kind of a gradualism. For example, a utility will file an integrated resource plan. Then, I'm sorry about the echo, but the integrated resource plan has no rate impact. It doesn't affect rates, you know, and so, but it's kind of a slippery slope. Once the integrated resource plan is filed, then maybe specific proposals within there are searching for a certificate of convenience and necessity. That's another proceeding on this slope. Once again, that in and of itself doesn't affect rates. There's no reason for necessarily a contested hearing, and that information may be protected, maybe not. I don't understand it in detail. But then finally, the resource affects rates. And by that time, all these other steps have happened. And so I think that's a bit of the concern about being overly protective. I've got one, let's see, I've got one of the orders here from one of the protective orders. Got my computer is kind of blowing up. This would be protective order issued February 18th, 2022. It's in the matter of the application of Rocky Mountain Power for a certificate of public convenience and necessity, construct new wind turbines and update collector lines at the existing Foot Creek wind energy facility. And so, you know, my concern is that we're protecting too much information. It's not getting to the right people. It's not getting to our other decision makers, including industrial siting, which kind of takes a powder on most of this stuff. So I'm wondering if there is a fix within the Public Records Act, or there's a within your rules. Do you think we're leaning too much on protecting stuff we don't always need to protect? Is there a way to establish a framework for protection or not protection in non-contested situations, more routine situations where the public kind of misses this? Am I making any sense at all in my questions? And I just love your thoughts on that. Thank you,
Great.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Robin, go ahead.
Um,
Or Commissioner Throne, either one.
I just add, yes, Mr. Chairman, Senator Case. It's not an easy question to resolve. We get a lot of filings requesting confidential treatment. Everything from, who a gas utility, what their cost of gas is from various suppliers to, the purchase power agreements with a qualified facility. Our legal staff does the best job they can to review them in the time they have. I do think there are mechanisms in place for interested parties to be able to bring issues in front of us, whether it's under the Public Records Act, saying maybe redaction instead of blocking out a whole page. There are ways that we could work with them. And in the case where, when you have a contested case, which generally with the CPCN is, if you intervene as a party, you have the right to access all of that information subject to a protective order. So yes, I agree there may be issues that could perhaps be handled more efficiently, but I think overall we do a fairly good job. And Commissioner Brown would like to add anything?
I'm speaking exclusively for myself, as you know, sorry. I think that as I now understand your concern, Senator Case, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Senator Case, I don't think it's the confidentiality issue that's the concern. You seem concerned that there's this sequence of events from an IRP to all source RFPs, and then then we're kind of stuck with what has happened. So other states, more highly regulated states than ours, they have regulations in place where they more closely scrutinize the IRP. And then, and I don't know, and I'm just totally speaking for myself here, but they also have rules that require approval of all source RFPs. And I suspect that that is your actual concern, not the specific individual confidentiality. So I just pulled up an Oregon docket here for, it's not one of ours, Portland General Electric Company, 2021 all source requests for proposals approved with modifications. Because that's sort of how procurement happens now in the utility world. It's not like when I was 25 and, they built Jim Bridger and then Jim Bridger takes care of everybody. It's multifaceted now. So that's just totally my off the cuff, independent thought. Because even if you saw all those contracts, if all of this information were accessible, the horse is out of the barn, so to speak, in my opinion.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
Oh, wait, I think the chairman of the PSC was trying to get your attention. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to engage with Senator Case's question a bit because this is a very important issue. And we do, as Deputy Chairman mentioned, we do put a significant effort into trying to do this right. It is difficult. And as you can imagine, the tendency is to over ask. If you're the person with the information that you're concerned about protecting, generally they over ask. We're never contacting a public utility or anybody else who's filing something with us and saying, hey, we don't think you've indicated enough of this information to be held confidential. It's always the opposite, and that's a function that our staff serves. So, for example, when a contract is filed with us and it's requested for confidential treatment, we will try, although it doesn't happen every time, we will try to make sure that the redacted copy is placed in the public files so that everything except the very most necessary secret is made available to the public. That would at least give somebody who's following along with the process or participating, and as Senator Case mentioned, it is an incremental process. One thing leads to another, maybe not necessarily, but it tends to lead to another. And so we go along with a long chain of filings, and they're all end up being related, maybe across decades in some cases. And so I could see where if too much information is obscured from the public by being held confidential, that too will accumulate across the course of that incremental process. And so we understand that we need to be as careful and as strict as we can about that. On the other hand, it is, when you see a protective order in one of these cases, it doesn't mean that the whole thing's being protected as a secret under that. It's just the information that's been submitted as confidential. And there's a slightly different process that takes place as the parties exchange information in discovery. A lot of that never ends up necessarily in the public sphere because it's exchanged between the parties, and we may not, as commissioners, we may never see it. It's just like any other legal proceeding. There's a lot of discovery that never gets to the decision maker, and as the parties explore their positions and their options. So I just want to make that clear that is an area where we do exert ourselves somewhat. And when you do exert yourself as an agency, it often doesn't get the warmest reception from the folks who have to go through a pretty tedious process of explaining themselves, and of, instead of just filing a big thick contract and saying there's secrets in here, please hold it confidential, when the commission or the commission staff comes back to them and says, please try a little bit harder to only point out the parts that are really a secret. So we try to do that, but I know that we're not perfect, and it's probably something that we could improve on if that helps.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I definitely appreciate the dialogue with the commissioners, and it is precisely both things. It's the cumulative nature of the process that sort of leads to a course of events where things become fait accompli. Then it would be about decisions about resources, and one thing just leads to another. And just by way of background, a few years ago, the original Rocky Mountain Power Integrated Resource Plan, I asked the commission to open a formal proceeding on that. They denied my request. The next time it came around, the governor's office jumped in and asked a little bit, and it was opened up. But when you make decisions about a plan, and then you make decisions about components of the plan, even well in advance of them being built, 10 years in advance of them being built, it leads to a fait accompli for ratepayers. And I'll get off this in just a second. It is a very difficult environment in regulatory law for ordinary citizens to participate in this process. It is astoundingly difficult to do it. And I have done it, and I've done it with counsel in other places, by myself without counsel here. And it is a huge undertaking. And the more that is within the masters of the black arts, the more difficult it is for policymakers like ourselves to evaluate the direction of the resource mix in utilities going forward, or members of the public or customers to participate. So that's absolutely true. And with regards to the tendency to protect everything or protect a lot, Maybe I could understand more about that, but maybe we could all agree that maybe we need to try to put more information out for not just the public, but also other decision makers in government and elsewhere and in other states. So I'll get off that soapbox. I appreciate their answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Case, I couldn't agree with you more. It's actually a topic of conversation a lot amongst us and at NARUC. How do you improve participation? Just briefly, my neighbor across the street, when she called me about her gas bill, she didn't even know I was on the Public Service Commission or what it did. And that's just something we constantly struggle with. Other states, with more people, they have consumer advocate groups that intervene. But our proceedings are generally, we have our consumer advocate, great. We have the industrial energy consumers, large customers. And in Cheyenne Light cases, we tend to get their large customers, Microsoft, Holly, Frontier. And so we're an adversarial proceeding, and we have a broad public interest charge, which we take seriously, of course. That is our charge. That's what we do. But we can't be a party to represent those other community interests. I know in the past, AARP used to intervene, long ago. So yeah, that's a concern we have. It's a concern every commission across the country has. And we could be more user-friendly, in my opinion.
Take that the commissioners are working on it internally, and we will hope that we don't continue to hear concerns. With that, Commissioner Petrie, let's talk about CCUS. Unless you do you have more to talk about on anything you want to talk about? Go ahead. And
No,
we'll
we can, Mr. Chairman, I was expecting to be called on about the bills, and maybe I've got it out of order. I was
No.
looking at I've got it completely out of order.
Okay. Before we talk about the piece of legislation, anything update on CCUS that you want to talk about? I know that we'll kind of morph into some of the legislative topics as well. But as I'm sure you're aware, we had some news stories here 3 months ago that were a little shocking for many of us in the state about what our utility bills may be increased to. So if you could just kind of talk about where we are, when some of these dockets will be decided, and what the impacts might be without, crossing that line into what you guys are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, and of course, we do have the initial filings before us on House Bill 200 compliance, and that's both Rocky Mountain Power and the Black Hills companies. We don't really know a lot about how that's going to end up. So I think that it's difficult to say whether we're going to end up with a big bill increase or not. There is certainly a big price tag potentially attached to these installations. I think there's some dispute about it, but it's generally the numbers that you see are in the hundreds of millions, and divided by our small population that we've already discussed, and our not quite so small industrial customers for our size, for population, it does potentially present a great bill. Now, I would say that that's an easy lever for skeptics and opponents of this whole concept to grasp onto. And so I think that we need to go through this process. We're getting cooperation, as you'd expect, having passed that law. We're getting cooperation from the utilities that it applies to. We're going to process their initial applications. We're going to then proceed to have them discover the process that they develop and propose and execute on, what their actual options are and what the actual costs are and what the actual feasibility is. There's also the potential for outside funding, whether it's federal money that's being offered in the pursuit of addressing greenhouse gas emissions concerns, or whether, as Senator Scott has suggested, there is a business partnership or joint venture of some kind that might be formed to produce a viable arrangement that involves building carbon capture. We're really kind of at the beginning, and this is new territory. We've got applications in front of us. They're not the kind of applications that we've normally seen. They're familiar subject matter in many ways, but we've got a different objective here. This is not just the general safe, adequate, and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. We've got a mission here. We don't know how it's going to end up yet. We're looking at, I suppose, another year plus before we find out what exactly the companies might propose to do. And Commissioner Throne's telling me less than a year before they tell us, but March, yeah. So we do have a pretty tight timeline on that, and I know that the companies will feel pressed, and I wouldn't be terribly surprised for it to be suggested that we may need some additional time. And I don't know whether that's something that we'll end up knowing enough about later on in the summer to discuss with you. If that were the case, I suppose that would be a pretty simple statutory matter. This is changing one number or something most likely, but we don't know yet. So, but that's something that I could see a potential for that for us to be back here with that. There's some unknowns out there. We've got unknown federal action, unknown potential availability of federal funds, unknown degree of success by the companies in convincing us that their intermediate goals are adequate and that they're on the right track. We haven't decided those things yet. So.
Questions, committee? All right, I'm not seeing any. So with that, there are 3 pieces of legislation we're going to be talking about today, and any other draft bills that people might want to move forward for our next meeting. The deregulated power zones were kind of in the mix there. And so if you did have any comments from the commission on any of those 3 pieces of legislation, I know one doesn't really affect you, but certainly would give you the opportunity before we have public comment and utilities to come up, if you had anything you'd like to share.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the first thing that I'd ask for is to potentially be allowed to respond to some public comments, because there's a very big potential for important points to be raised by other parties that aren't really exactly ours to raise. But I'll just start off with Senate File 20. This is a assessment bill that has no interest for us. That's a taxation matter, I guess, and it's not really our concern. Senate File 95, the Public Utility Service Territories Bill. That's sort of in some ways it's a bit of a conflicting direction with the SF-71 industrial power zones and ideas that sort of attach to the industrial power zones concept. We've heard Wyoming Industrial Electric customers suggest that third-party generation, other arrangements arrangements like that that might not be allowed now, that we should that the state should loosen up and allow them to have more options and not be so tied to their incumbent utilities service territory. But on the public utility service territory bill, our main, the main issue with it for us is that it would charge the Public Service Commission, at least the version that I have is charging the commission with the responsibility, or at least the option, of ordering just compensation to a public utility whose territory was improperly served by a neighboring public utility, or perhaps by somebody who's not even a public utility. I don't know about that. But that would be kind of a strange thing for us, and it might be worth considering the idea that sort of behavior, the invading of your neighbor utilities' duly established territory, could become a basis for an action for damages in court or something. I'm not saying that we couldn't or wouldn't do it if told to, or if directed that way, but that is not something that we typically do, and I'm not sure I've thought out all the complications that might attend us essentially issuing damages judgments. And we also did have we had a technical conference that we hosted for the legislative group. We had a really good turnout to discuss SF-71, and that I think there were 5 members of the legislature. There were 7 or so government agencies, maybe 15 or so other interested groups, utilities, consumer groups, and maybe some environmental group or 2. And that didn't really produce a lot of concrete results. There was a good discussion. There was some discussion of to what extent Pacificor or Rocky Mountain Power's Schedule 400 tariff might alleviate the need for some of it. I don't think that there were large number of conversions to that point of view, but there are some potentially serious complications with creating these exceptions to the regulatory system that we've currently got. And I would be extremely surprised if you don't hear a lot about that from the public utilities. Our concern is that nothing is done or required of the utilities that has an overall negative effect on the ratepayers and customers, whether they're the smallest co-op or Rocky Mountain Power. And so we do have to tread carefully here, and not every experiment in deregulating and having retail choice in the utility sector goes well. And in fact, some of them produce notorious disasters. And so I just say that we should be mindful of that and careful, and take the concerns that might be raised about how this would negatively affect one utility or a type of utility, and as we weigh that against the potential benefits to customers or new economic development, that we use great care, because we would be making adjustments to an almost ancient system of how this has worked and what everybody's used to. And it's the unintended and unexpected consequences of deregulation projects that become the notorious fiascos. I mean, nobody does it to cause a problem. but they do cause problems sometimes, and we certainly don't want to see us on a path that puts us in the trade journals for the wrong reasons and harms our customers.
Commissioner Throne.
I just want to hit on two quick points that Chairman Petrie didn't mention. We already have a lot of existing authority to deal with these issues, particularly protecting certificated territory, although we don't issue judgments, but we have the authority to reallocate existing certificated territory or approve agreements where it makes more sense for one utility to serve a customer. Certainly happens a lot in rural Wyoming. And then with regard to the deregulated power zones, I think I don't believe I said this to Minerals, but there's just a lot of process in that bill. And the process is not within the agency that has the regulatory expertise. So we're kicking an issue to the State Land Board. And I think although we can't out of whole cloth create exemptions to regulated utility space, we do have some flexibility. And certainly all of you have created narrower exemptions, like for EVs, and we're stealing all their time. So, but the State Loan and Investment Board is not an expert in utilities, and that's all I'll say.
So with that, committee, let's take a 5-minute break, and then PSC won't go too far, but we'll hear from some of the utilities and some of the people interested in the 3 pieces of legislation before us. And then if you're here to talk about a different issue or seek different legislation, we'll cover that after the 3 bill drafts we have in our packet. With that, let's take if I say 5-minute break, it'll still be 10. So we'll come back at 10:40 after a 5-minute break. Let's start pulling it together. As soon as I get 7 people in seats for a quorum, we're starting. We're at 3. Yep. All right, committee, welcome back from the break. Next on our agenda, we're going to review 3 different pieces of legislation from the 2022 session. Let's go ahead and we'll do them in order on the agenda. The first is 2022 Senate File 71, the Deregulated Industrial Power Zone Bill. I am aware that Minerals discussed this issue, and I'm also aware that certain committee members from that committee were the ones strongly encouraging this committee to hear it. That being said, I haven't heard a whole lot of support from the people in this room regarding that bill. And so if there's no one, let me first check if there's anyone in the room who wants to come push Senate File 71. Just checking. Representative Duncan, you're going to push it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of the fact that I spent all day in Minerals listening to this and that it's already being discussed in Minerals, I don't see the need that we need to duplicate that in our committee.
So I'm also aware that several of you probably traveled 3 or 4 hours to talk against the bill. And so I'm certainly happy to entertain if you want to come speak why it's really bad, or why you don't believe that it should be enacted or we should be pursuing it. Because no one likes to spend an entire Wednesday driving up here just to not talk. So if anybody wants to talk for or against Senate File 71, now would be your opportunity. Seeing none, we're just going to move on from Senate File 71 unless you want to talk about it, Senator
I'm
Driscoll.
going to make a comment on it,
Go ahead.
and I actually, it doesn't have much to do with crap. This was a management council topic assigned to this committee, and that was one of my personal bills. And I find it curious that my bill has been moved to Minerals, and I never even was contacted to come visit about it. So I will say that much publicly, and I do it with a little bit of distress because we spent a lot of time on that bill, and I've spent a lot of time working with my local cooperatives to flesh it out. And I find it really curious that it was an assigned topic and it just automatically jumped to another committee for whatever reason.
Yep. Let's go to Senator Nethercott, because you were on the committee that worked on the bill last year from the blockchain digital task force. So any comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chairman, thank you. Just for purposes of maybe clarification as to what I think some of the history is I've been experienced for the bill has to do with the need for Bitcoin miners or virtual currency miners who have a need for high energy consumption and are facing challenges here in Wyoming associated with the ability to access that power. So the committee, the blockchain committee, with the legislature was approached by a number of miners and business entities across the globe to come to Wyoming and have experienced challenges or perceived challenges associated with their ability to acquire power. This was one solution that was identified as perhaps opening up those doors more readily for those energy consumers. A lot of conversation around how the state of Texas has captured that market and generated significant revenue for the state of Texas, both when it relates to economic diversification. Wyoming, it appears, has responded a little more cautiously than the state of Texas and a little more skeptically, I would say, about perhaps moving too quickly in this realm, particularly in light of the challenges that the Wyoming energy producers are currently experiencing as a result of the conversations we've had this morning. And so the bill has not moved forward, but I'm guessing that the reason why it went into Minerals Committee is as a result of the Senate chairman of the Blockchain Committee, Senator Rothfuss, is passionate about this bill, and he also serves on the Minerals Committee as well. So I'm guessing that's how it got routed, and likely wasn't likely that the considerations of this committee just were overlooked as a result of those dual roles. So I don't think that there was an effort for it to move forward successfully on the Blockchain Committee, neither on this committee, and so the Minerals Committee is working the bill.
Senator Driscoll on
Sure.
71.
All right, now I get to do an apology. I came and sat down. This could be crow I was eating instead of cake. I was back to Senate File 95. I sat down at my piece of cake and talked about the wrong bill. So those things happen. My apologies.
Not a problem.
And it probably is in the right committee, by the way.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sure our Mr. Taylor is probably going to add to this, but the committee heard quite a bit of testimony, and then what they did is they actually decided they didn't really do anything, but they did at the end. Senator Rothfuss did move to have a couple of drafts just for discussion purposes. So the Senate File 71 plus another draft for and Mr. Taylor can elaborate if the committee so wishes, a third-party generation for sale behind the meter. And so there's two different drafts being looked at and for discussion purposes, but there wasn't really much of it was kind of down the middle, and no one really had a strong appetite going one way or the other that I really felt. They were still kind of discussing. The other thing is that there was a request prior to the committee. There was a technical conference requested by different stakeholders. It was brought to our attention that really there was nothing that really came out of that technical conference. It was still more just discussion of the same thing. Everybody knew what the problem was, and no resolution, no solutions were brought to light. So we're still exactly where we were going in, and we are exactly where we are now with no solutions. So that's where we ended.
Okay. And with that, Mr. Taylor, you're here to speak on 71. I know, I believe I heard from three of your cooperatives or members in regards to the bill as well, but anything you'd like to say on Senate File 71?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you all again. I hope that you all reclaim your utility role, your jurisdiction on utility issues. And I think this is part of a reason why that the bill's in two committees. But obviously the bill, Senate File 71, died during session. And I don't want to speak for the other utilities, but we talked about this a lot. And we said, you know, we agree that we would like to be able to bring these large loads into Wyoming. It would be good for our ratepayers, it'd be good for your constituents, but we aren't going to do it and put our members at risk, whether it's their investment in the co-op or through special rate making that could potentially come back and harm. And so we said, you know, if there's a technical conference, we will definitely come and participate. And as Senator Nethercott and Representative Duncan said, and Chairman Petrie also said, nothing really came of the technical conference. And I had testified against the bill in the blockchain committee, in minerals committee in session, and then at their first interim committee meeting. And then when I saw the bill was on before two committees, I reached out to my directors and my CEOs and said, hey, you know, if they're not going to listen to me when I testify 3 different times and tell them why it's a bad bill, maybe they'll listen to you guys. And I thought that was going to be the case yesterday or Monday in minerals. And then turns out that it's still kicking. And then there's another proposal on third-party generation that we'll have to deal with in October. But so I don't want to belabor the point. Hopefully you all have heard from some of the co-op folks across the state why this is bad for us and the risk that it poses to our members and the cooperative. So I won't belabor the point anymore on that one, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Taylor, Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, what type of infrastructure is involved here? Is this like a man camp with 2 trailers, or is it a separate power generation facility? Could you just describe for me what's being anticipated with the people who want this bill? Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Representative McGuire. It's hard to say because when I've talked about it from the cooperative's perspective, it's really about capacity. If there's any excess capacity out there, right? And that is where, and I'll use our current, where we are right now in Powder River Energy's territory. They built out for coal bed methane decades ago, right? And now coal bed methane is kind of gone or is gone away for the most part. So they do have some excess capacity out there, and it would be good for a crypto company to come in and be fairly easy as long as the crypto folks, and I don't want to just lump all the crypto folks together, but they have to step up. And if there is infrastructure needs, and I don't know what those would be, it just kind of depends on where they locate. But it would have to be where there's excess capacity. And if there is some infrastructure, whether it's a substation or just transmission lines or, some extra infrastructure that needs to be built to serve these loads, what we have found, and I know some of the other utilities have found this as well, when we tell these companies, these are our line extension policies, this is how fast we can get it to you, and this is how much it'll cost, they go away. They don't want to have any skin in the game. Now, that's not to say all of them. We have one co-op out of Pine Bluffs that is serving a 50 megawatt crypto load right now, and it's I think it's 2 Connex containers served with lined with servers or computers, and they just plug into, and it's right next to one of our substations. It was fairly new, so they had the excess capacity. So the infrastructure wasn't that much in terms of material and cost, and so it worked out well. And the co-op was able to pencil it out so it worked for the co-op and the members and the crypto company. And that's what we said from day one. If it pencils out for all of our members, we'll do it because it helps help keep rates stable and it helps with reliability. So to say that we just say no is not the case. We will work with anybody that wants to come into our service territory, but we're just not going to put our members' investment and rates at risk. So that's kind of a roundabout way of answering your question.
All right. Anyone else want to talk about Senate File 71? If not, let's move on and you can enjoy you do, Mr. Kaysen, come on down. Welcome to Corporations in Hewlett. Senate File 71, Rocky Mountain Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am Rick Kaysen and I'm representing Rocky Mountain Power. And we're not going to go into a lot of depth of discussion because many of you have heard this all before. But I think there's a couple of things for clarity that might help. You may have heard that utilities are not willing to serve or cannot serve these large loads. And these large loads have gone from 1 gigawatt to recent discussions down to 50 megawatts. And so there's some uncertainty here with regards to what we are possibly dealing with. And that's not to be a critical statement with regards to the interested parties in bringing potential businesses to Wyoming. It's just, again, there's a lot of balls that are going in the air and it's very difficult to plan for what is being requested or thought to be requested. And as Mr. Taylor just got done saying, utilities, whether they're an investor-owned utility or a co-op, we are willing and we're able, when we are able to serve, and we want to serve, to grow that load, to bring that demand to our utilities, as well as to the state of Wyoming, because that's going to be beneficial for all of the customers. When we spread those costs out to all of our customers, there is a benefit right there. You've heard about the regulatory framework for many, many years and how it's worked pretty doggone well in Wyoming and in most states as well. You've also heard about the concern about protecting other customers, and that is a huge concern for all of us. Regardless of what industry might be taking a look at coming to Wyoming or even expanding within our within our state. So again, the protection of other customers is always a part of the equation when a utility is looking at a new project as well. We do have in the state of Wyoming what is called the regulatory compact. That's the obligation of a utility to serve, and at the same time, they get the benefit to serve in those certificated service territories. And the deregulated concept that breaks that regulatory compact apart. Again, there's some, and I was appreciative earlier to hear about moving with caution on this thing, because we've seen it not work in other states as well. I will try to answer any questions you may have, but in summary, Rocky Mountain Power has not been supportive of Senate File 71, the concept of the deregulation for the industrial power zones, trying to meet the needs of special interest groups. So again, no surprise right there. So with that, Mr. Chairman, trying to be succinct in comments, try to answer any questions members of the committee may have.
Question, Representative Duncan.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to clarify real quick, no question. I just wanted to make a quick comment. This is not in our discussions in committee, it was not just cryptocurrency, blockchain type of people. It was also directed at very large manufacturing, very large projects that could potentially come to the state. So I just wanted to clarify that this wasn't just blockchain industries. This was potentially large manufacturing potential projects that this could potentially come for. So that's, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't just targeted for that one group.
Yeah. All right, seeing no questions. Thank you, Mr. Kaysen. Representative Sweeney, do you want to talk about Senate File 71? Make it quick. Go ahead, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, don't disagree with any of the conversation with Mr. Taylor or Mr. Kaysen. I think we do need to move cautiously on 71 and also appreciate Representative Duncan's comments. I was unable to testify at Minerals, was there for the beginning of the discussion, but had to go to a property tax meeting next door. So missed that testimony, but on the issue, I do think as we are transitioning at some point in time in play with House Bill 200, I believe there will be a point in time when we're going to have to look at some of these type of transitioning in conjunction with our Public Service Commission. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome. Anyone else on Senate File 71? Seeing no further discussion, no one jumping up to move it. Let's move on to, well, while we had Mr. Taylor up here, let's just do Senate File 95, Public Utility Service and Other Territory. I figured you'd want to talk about this one too when you're in the front row. So Public Utility Service and Other Territory, Senate File 95, welcome as well. Anything you want to share? I know this was in the Senate, so the House never heard this bill. So any comments you want to make on its demise over there and any improvements we can make to it for this committee to consider if we need to?
You bet, Mr. Chairman. And I have Shauna Glindy here. She's the CEO of Niobrara Electric. And she's going to kind of set the stage as to why we feel this legislation is needed. But I will say at the outset, appreciate Senator Driscoll's efforts in the Senate. And I got word that there were some folks that were concerned about, namely the oil and gas folks, PAW. And so I've been working with Mr. Obermueller, and our intent originally was to have a bill, the current bill, Senate File 95, we were going to kind of retool that and get it to a point where both the co-ops and PAW could agree on it and bring that to you. We just ran out of time. So our plan is to bring this bill back to you in a different form. We'll work with the PSC as well at your October meeting. But because the House wasn't able to hear testimony, I asked Sean if she could come up and just kind of share with you all the reasons why we feel this legislation is needed. And then we'll both be available for questions. I also have JD Wasserberg with me, and Shauna, he's on the board of Niobrara Electric as well as on the WREA board. And I also have Brian Mills, who's the CEO of Powder River Energy, and he's just here to make sure the lights stay on. So.
Welcome to corporations. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Niobrara Electric, since about 2017, has had a neighboring utility serve in our certificated territory without an agreement. We tried unsuccessfully for several years to negotiate with the oil company as well as the utility, and we could not get anywhere with that. So we filed a complaint with the PSC in 2020. Nothing, I shouldn't say nothing. We held a hearing. The PSC ordered NEA to go ahead and tell the utility and the oil company when we were ready to serve that load, which is in our territory. We did so. We received a response from the utility that said we're not breaking any laws, which is true. And until we get a direct order from the PSC, we're going to continue to serve this load. So it puts NEA, I mean, we've lost significant revenue. We are in, six figures when it comes to legal fees, trying to fight to serve a load that's in our territory. And without it being a law, we really have no teeth. We can sit back and we can complain, but until there's actually a law in specific language, like what's in, Senate File 95, we can't do anything really about it unless there's an order. There's another state statute that if the PSC issues an order and somebody violates that order, then you can be cited or fined. But until an actual order is issued, they don't have to do anything. So like I said, we've lost a lot of revenue and paid a lot of legal fees trying to get just the ability to serve in our own territory. So without a law, that makes it hard to do. So, thank you.
Okay, initial questions? Seeing none. Brooklyn Clausen.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. So I'm very familiar with this, worked on it immensely 4 or 5 years ago, but in this case, there happens to be just a little bit more of this in that when it demarked on the utilities actual side, and then a private line came across into Niobrara's territory, and then Niobrara was unable to serve at that time. So seems to be a little bit more complex than just one utility into the next. It's sort of a third party has facilitated, and it gets into a gray area. So I guess that's not a question, but is that reasonable?
You'd agree it's complex?
It is very complex. So we were in negotiations with the oil company, and then the negotiations abruptly halted. We have a line extension policy filed with the PSC. And what that states is, when it's called indeterminate load, like an oil load generally is, when that customer comes to us, they are required to put up the capital to build the infrastructure. And then we serve them. Well, when Chesapeake, the oil company, decided not to build in our territory, they built that infrastructure coming from the other direction and then came into our territory. So it is a private infrastructure, but the other utility is serving in our territory across those lines. So we have been trying to negotiate either a reduced third-party rate, meaning we aren't going to charge them a full amount like we would another utility, because we would be using their infrastructure, or like a regulatory fee. So we have options, but we've just never been able to get anybody to come to the table yet. Now, that territory has since been purchased by another oil company, and we are trying to negotiate with them. So that is good news. But I guess the gist of it is, Senate File 95 would prevent this type of situation from going on for years and years, and all of the legal battles that have ensued. So.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly haven't been quite as involved as Representative Clausen, but I guess from a more local perspective that wants to see this sort of development happen from, say, a property rights perspective from the landowner, I think the concern was that relative inability of the cooperative to provide the service in the meaningful time frame. So I'm just wondering what the solution may be going forward, understanding what I see the root cause of the problem being. Maybe just setting up a hard and fast barrier isn't the best way. I think we want to promote development and encourage development, especially of an important resource like oil and gas. So just, I know you said you're working on a compromise. I'm just wondering what exactly that form that may take. If you can give us any information now, and if it's not to that point yet, that's a perfectly acceptable answer, but just, you said you're going to work on it. Just wondering what your thoughts are now. How would this bill look any different to kind of bring the two parties together?
Mr. Taylor. Go ahead.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner. And that was one of the concerns that PAW raised with us is we don't want development to be held up because the co-op can't serve it. And we agree with that. And so we're massaging the language to potentially allow, and we're not there yet, but to potentially allow the neighboring utility to serve the load until the co-op is able to do it. But we have to have some parameters in there so that it just doesn't go on all the time, and who determines who, if you're ready to serve or not. So those are the things we're working on with PAW and others to try and, we don't want to halt or hinder any development, oil and gas development or other, if we're not able to serve. But once we are, it's rightfully in our territory, and then we could get, take it back or whatever. So that's what we're hoping to work on before your next meeting in October.
Chairman Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. For everybody on the committee, there's a handout for Crowley Fleck that was done for Wyoming Rural Electric. It actually frames nearly all of these issues really well. And if we all read through it for the next meeting, it'll give you a lot of insight, the legal background and why not. I think this would have helped a lot last year. This is good.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. And I meant to bring that up at the beginning because I'd sent that to LSO to get it into your meeting materials, because it does. And that was filed on behalf of all the other co-ops and NEA, but NEA has their own, they're doing their own thing. But the rest of our co-ops, the 10 other co-ops across the state, are concerned enough about this that we intervened with the PSC and filed those comments that are in your meeting materials. So thanks for pointing that out.
Reverend Clausen, and we will call up some other people who I know are here to testify on it, and that'll give you, I think, both sides of the story. But go ahead, question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just one question. So in these conversations, the co-op model didn't exactly promote these industrial uses at the time, and there was some major infrastructure that needed to be built from the one side. If those things been kind of resolved in the ability to not only provide services for this one particular instance, but for the entire industrial activity that's going on out there? Have those challenges been met, or are we still working in that direction?
Mr. Chairman, and I'll let Shauna, talk more about what's happened in NEA's territory, but I know they're working with other operators in that area to try and build out enough so that you can move forward and this won't be a problem in the future. I don't know where we are on that, but across the rest of the state, we just haven't seen it yet for the most part. So we haven't taken any action, but I know that Niobrara has, and I can let Shauna talk about that.
Yeah, we don't have the infrastructure across, specifically, sorry. We don't have the infrastructure across there right now. Like I said, according to our line extension policy, when an indeterminate load comes in, they help finance that infrastructure. So we are working with other oil companies now that are interested in getting service up there. So we're negotiating all the time, but that according to our policy, that whoever wants that service would have to pay for that infrastructure. And so that's, I think, kind of where the negotiations fell off in the beginning. And I understand that. And I also, want to point out that all the lost revenue that we've suffered since 2017-ish. We're not-for-profit. Everything we earn either goes to our members or back into plant to improving our lines. So it does have a significant impact when somebody else is taking revenue that is in our territory. And I know that infrastructure that was built in our territory, if that was paid for by the oil company coming from that direction, that's the same thing as if it would have been coming across in our territory. So, they're building it either way. And if they're in our territory, which is certificated, then we should be the ones serving the load. And we can have agreements. I know there are other co-ops that are serving in other people's territories, but there's agreements that are filed with the PSC. So I guess that's what kind of adds another layer to this, is all of this was done in our territory without any type of agreement. And so that's what we would like to see, is either an agreement or let us serve the load in our territory.
Okay, with that, let's get some more public comment. Thank you much for being here. Other people wish to comment. I figure Mr. Obermueller's in the front row for a reason. Welcome, Pete.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Pleasure to be with you again. I used to be in front of this committee a lot and haven't been lately, so glad to be back. Pete Obermueller with the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. This issue gets complicated very fast, and because the House members did not hear it, they're probably a little less familiar with the impetus of. We talked about it a little bit, but what brought this bill. So just to clarify in your mind what happened here and what brought this issue before the Senate and didn't get over to the House. Chesapeake was already mentioned. They had leases and permits to develop a previously undeveloped field that split territories. Part of the field was an RMP, part of the field was an NEA. And because of the way that way state law deals with territories, we favor territorial integrity over efficiency. Under a normal circumstance, both utilities would serve their field, even if it's more efficient for one or the other to serve. Negotiations commenced on how to get service to this undeveloped field from both sides. And those negotiations went on for a considerable amount of time, years, and ultimately fell apart. Now, depending on who you ask, it's somebody's fault that they fell apart. Regardless, they fell apart. And so what happened in order to move that field forward, as you know, a lot of it is federal leases. They have timing obligations. You have to move forward, otherwise you lose the ability to develop the field. Chesapeake purchased the power from RMP and then paid their own money to build the line out to their field in RMP's territory and across the line into NEA's territory. So it's semantics at this point, but it was a privately built line that went across the territory. Now, this happens all the time in Wyoming. It's just under a customary, both sides agree to it. And it happens when it usually happens in residential areas when the revenue is so small that nobody cares. But when it's an oil field, everyone cares. So Senate File 95 came in that would make it expressly illegal to do this. It actually ends up having a pretty compelling state interest as well in terms of developing these minerals. So our big problem with Senate File 95 was a very specific language about this shall not happen. It shall cease and desist. And at the time, Mr. Taylor alluded to this, it all hinged around the question of whether or not NEA was ready to serve. NEA contends that they were ready to serve. My member contended that they were not. There is no one to decide that question. So in the case of similarly complicated issues in the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, what happens is each company or whatever brings up a table of 15 engineers on this side and 15 engineers on this side, and they spend 6 hours on expert testimony, and the OGCC makes a refereeing decision in those cases. No such system is set up under the PSC in order to decide who is ready to serve. My members are generally agnostic on who they buy power from. If it's true that NEA is ready to serve, and they are, great. But if they're not, that's a problem, and they differed in that opinion. So that's what brings us all to the bill. And today, happy to say, as the Rural Electrics testified, that Continental now has taken over that field, actively in negotiations to solve that immediate issue. And then we have to make a decision about what to do about legislation that could sort of help put the incentives in the right place to avoid this kind of thing in the future. So our interest, of course, is to prevent a situation where a field cannot be built or a field would be shut down in the event of some sort of cease and desist, that sort of thing. It's an awkward situation because we're not, NEA's filing at the PSC is against RMP, not against my members. We're the consumer sort of held hostage in the system, but we want to facilitate a positive solution to it and are happy to work with WA to do that. Happy to take questions on any of that, Mr. Chairman.
Questions, Petroleum Association? Not seeing it at this time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else wish to testify on the legislation before us? Basically, the question before us today, committee, if we want to draft this as a corporations committee bill for discussion at our next meeting or subsequent meeting. PSC, welcome back, all three of you. Whichever one of you wants to take the lead in regards to previous Senate file draft 398, which was then Senate file 95.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to respond to and explain to the committee what happened in our process, because we had a hearing with evidence and testimony, and we made a decision. And I think we should probably send you that order if we haven't done that already. But suffice it to say, this controversy was going on long before anybody brought it to our attention. The complaint that the co-op filed wasn't filed until May of 2020. The oil company involved was not held hostage. They could have intervened. They did not. They provided comments. So if they wanted to protect their interests, they could have intervened. And we eventually ruled that the utility providing power did not violate the law, that their point of service was within their territory because this massive infrastructure was built, and that however, when the co-op was in a position to serve, they would be allowed to serve. And then, so that order was issued in March, I believe. And then the parties had a motion, and this is where I have to stop talking because it's still a pending matter. The parties had a motion in front of us for us to basically, can't remember how the motion was captioned, basically to enforce the order, but it's now stayed at the parties' requests because they're negotiating. So that's the part that's still pending in front of us. But we had a hearing. Anybody could have intervened to protect their rights. The customers intervene all the time in Public Service Commission proceedings. And this was not a small company. They certainly had the wherewithal to intervene if they were concerned. But we had a complaint, we had evidence, we had testimony. It's all in the record. And I can send the order to LSO because I think you really should have the order if you're considering legislation, because it's all there.
So, Commissioner Petrie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple additional comments on this. It is important that this is the Niobrara versus Pacific Core matter is still live, as Commissioner Throne mentioned. So I don't really want to get into a lot of details about that. I will just say that there are a lot of different ways that people can decide to proceed, whether they're a customer or a utility. So, yeah, I certainly wouldn't fault anybody, but there is an avenue available for customers who are displeased or unsatisfied with the service that's available to them. And so any customer or prospective customer can come to the commission and complain to us that any utility is not satisfying its obligations. It's not safe, it's not adequate, it's not reliable, or the rates are not just and reasonable. And so this would be what you've been hearing about is a case of adequacy, perhaps, availability, safe, adequate, and reliable. So adequate means it's there, it's ready for you under reasonable terms. Now, it doesn't have to be standing by waiting for somebody to come and plug into it, but it has to be reasonably available. People have different ideas about what reasonably available means. So there's some balancing that goes on in evaluating that. On the bill itself, it appears, and I think it's clear, that what this does is basically it freezes all the service territories at a point in time upon the passage of this bill. It says no extension should be authorized for anybody to provide service in somebody else's territory. So over time, the Public Service Commission has occasionally, and it's, I think, grown less common as the years roll on, but the commission has occasionally adjusted service territories for various reasons. And you heard the mention of Mr. Obermuller pointed out that a lot of times it's just a house or a well or something small that the utilities are readily able to agree on a temporary, they call it a temporary reassignment of the territory. They come to us, we hear about it and decide. And generally those are approved, and generally they stay in place on more of a permanent basis because the conditions that created the customer desire to have a change generally persist. Then there's exceptions like the sudden development of a large industrial load like an oil field as happened in Converse County. This would perhaps prevent the commission from making some of those other adjustments when the utilities are not able to agree upon it. And we generally could say that we know exactly where the boundaries of all the utility areas are, but that's not entirely true. There are still, believe it or not, some fuzzy areas due to ancient surveys and commission's habit many years ago of describing things more generally, like X utility shall provide service in the vicinity of, you know, the convergence of the creeks. Yeah, I'm exaggerating, but it can be kind of like that, where it's not a meets and bounds description. So we do have things like that. And relatively recent times, there've been some disagreements about service territories with Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power and High West, the cooperative. So while it's mostly settled, there are a few areas where it's not completely perfected. And those don't come up with any great regularity, but there's still some potential for it. And I don't know if if the intention here is to ban the Public Service Commission from making those kind of adjustments or not, but it appears that it might do that. So just a couple of points to have in mind.
Questions on that? Right, other questions for the PSC in regards to this bill? Okay. Any other public comment? Again, really the question before us will be if this committee wants to proceed with this bill and have it drafted for our committee's consideration at a subsequent meeting. So if anyone else wants to talk about Senate 595, see Senator Driscoll.
Quickly, I do think we need to look at a draft, but I'd like to see us wait till the next meeting, till we have a chance to have Pete and the other side get together, because that's obviously the best bill we can come up with, is something that's somewhat of a compromise between the parties. So I'd ask we keep it on our agenda, but for the next meeting.
Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in consideration of this, so the co-op model isn't exactly, I think when we go down this road, we want to be cautious that we don't force the co-op model upon the large industrial sites, because there's opportunity for, like, we always use the example of Grandma Millie and Lusk to subsidize the infrastructure for something else. And I think we want to be very cautious before we put hard and fast boundaries and force these co-ops to make some major investments that they aren't exactly structured to. Kind of let this, we tried to work this out almost 4 years ago, and it was tried to work out probably 4 years before that. But there's some delicacies to this that hard and fast doesn't really cover. So.
All right, well, sensing from my co-chairman that he wants to delay it, unless anyone is gonna jump on a motion right now, we'll move on. Okay, let's talk about former Senate File 20, which, sorry, I have too many screens and too many people saying hi to me online right now. It was Senate File 20, the state assessment of independent power producers. Thank you for being here, Pete. This is another bill that started, it was an interim revenue committee bill last year. Didn't make introduction in the Senate, came over to the House on short notice to try to make the introduction deadline. Didn't make it by a couple of votes. And so several of our utilities and industry partners have been concerned about, dealing with 23 different potential assessments of production. And so I don't know if anybody from industry wants to discuss why this bill should still be moving forward from this committee. I mean, I'm happy to talk about it a little bit, but I know several of you are here to talk about it. I don't know, Dixie, if you want to come forward first and discuss the need, why we should have it. I certainly know you are probably not excited by it, but if you want to talk about maybe the history behind the bill, you're certainly welcome to. Welcome, Ms. Huxtable.
Okay. Yeah, funny how that works. Usually there's not a problem with my voice carrying loud enough. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dixie Huxtable, Converse County Assessor, and here with the Wyoming County Assessors Association, members of the committee. I just wanted to give a brief update of where the assessors are following the results of the session in regards to the bill in question. We were notified after the session by the Department of Revenue of the independent power producers that they would not be valuing for 2023. Once we received that list, the assessors met, specifically the assessors that have one of those facilities or a permitted facility in their county, to discuss a plan on how we want to proceed. We agreed to reach out to a third-party appraisal company that has a history and expertise in this field. All counties agreed. We gathered information, location, characteristics of the facilities, contact information, that kind of stuff, and shared it with that contract appraiser so that they could make a knowledgeable proposal to us, which they did. As of this date, I think all of the counties have either signed or are close to signing a negotiated contract or supplemental contract, because that firm was already in many of our counties. We did get funds expended by our county commissions to cover the cost of these appraisals for the 23 tax year, and been informed by the appraisal firm that they have added those facilities to their field checklist. They typically do come to our counties every year and do a field inspection of the properties. So we are excited for that. The department has not always been able to do that with their state assessed facilities. So we're excited that TUI Pickett, which is the firm that we have contracted to come out. So I wanted to make sure that everyone was clear that this is one uniform appraisal company that's going to be doing them in all counties. Moving forward, the county assessors are meeting in a couple of weeks in Lander. On the agenda is this topic to finalize some draft forms for reporting, trying to follow the historical processes that the state had used as far as timing and annual reports, so that it's not a total upheaval from what the companies are used to, but they will be receiving a request for annual reports and documents, just similar to what many of you get as a rancher or a business owner for a rendition, those types of information. And we will finalize those documents at our meeting in a couple of weeks. A couple of comments to make regarding this. Whether it's state assessed or locally assessed, there are 3 methods of appraisal that will be followed and have been followed by the Department of Revenue. And I think the legislature has heard testimony on this before. Our contract appraiser is required to use those same methodologies. There is a reconciliation process that takes place, and that's where some of the questions came into with the state assessed properties. They were not able to share those reconciliation processes with us due to confidentiality clause, but they were still in place. You have to reconcile those different methodologies. And then a second point, just as I guess an FYI, the independent power producing facilities, for the most part, are located in one jurisdiction. On a rare occasion, they cross into a neighboring boundary of a neighboring county. Most of those facilities have a taxpayer that was created specifically as an owner operator of that facility. Now, that taxing entity or that taxpayer may be a subsidiary of a parent company, but they are a separate taxable entity and they are the sole reporter. So when those annual report forms come in, it's just from that taxing entity of that specific independent facility. And that differs from public regulated companies, which the state will continue to assess, in that the methodologies used are the same, but they will be valuing and have always valued that company as a whole and then allocated that value of that company across the taxing entity lines. Not the facility, but the taxing entity lines. So you may have similar, let's say, wind farms that look very similar. One is independent power producers, and all of the information gathered for that value is tied to that specific facility. But you may have one that's very similar, but it is a public regulated company, and that entire facility is bearing the effects of the reconciliation of all the assets that company owns across the country. So while they're very similar in facilities and the methodologies are the same, how it's allocated historically, and the department uses, you may have already, a unit approach, a unitary approach where they value the entire company and then allocate it by unit. They use the same approach for the independent power producers or have, but the difference is that's a single entity. It's got just assets in that one location, which was why the assessors, when they were asked, could we do this? Would we feel comfortable doing this? Yes, we have a lot of facilities in our county that we value it, that are totally located in our county, and we use those same approaches. So this really would be no different. But in the essence of fairness and equity, we wanted to reach out and get one appraiser or appraisal firm that has the expertise to do this so that we could be uniform across the state and it wouldn't be 23 counties doing 23 things differently. So I hope that answers some of the questions as to where the assessors are currently, and I would stand for any questions.
Questions for Assessor Huxtable? Not seeing any yet. Don't go too far. We probably will have some coming up.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case, hi. Representative
Hi.
Burt was in front of you there, but I see you now. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm sort of like our other good chairman who was surprised about a bill being on the agenda. And I'm equally surprised. We had quite a discussion about this. I'm very pleased that we now have these county assessors working on this issue. These facilities are in their backyard. The tax revenues from these facilities support their local government things like counties, cities, special districts, and especially our schools. So they have sort of an incentive to make sure that the taxes are collected. And where this really comes down to is these are more like industrial facilities that they evaluate over the course of every day of their lives. These are not utilities, which are state assessed. These are separate entities. The nice thing about state assessed and utilities is that there are ways you can check the books that are different than these independent power producers. So we have to remember that our assessors sent the legislature a letter unanimously requesting the ability to appraise these facilities in their counties. Unanimous, all 23 assessors signed that letter. They're in the very first year of doing that. They have worked very hard to develop a uniform process and do a good job, extraordinarily hard. And I don't know why we're even considering this when it would pull the rug out of the exact efforts that they're doing, and they're going to do so well. So why don't you give them a chance and see what they come up with? I think we'll be pleased.
I would ask when you agree, but we'll take that as a comment. Are there other questions? Or Representative McGuire, question? For the assessor? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind me jumping ahead to a different topic.
Is it related to the legislation?
Well, it's related to the assessors.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So do the assessors assign a value to liquor licenses? And if so, how do you do that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dixie, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative McGuire, typically we do not assess a value to a liquor license. When a property sells, I'm assuming you're talking about a commercial property that would have a liquor license. We do our due diligence in the verification, the sales price, to see if that is identifiable and applicable to the sales price. But there is not, to my knowledge, a set fee that gets assigned to a liquor license unless the taxpayers themselves in a verification process say that X amount of the sales price included the liquor license. And then we would exclude that because we're valuing the property, the brick and mortar typically. I hope that answered your question.
So for the questions for the assessors, seeing none. Others who wish to testify in former Senate File 20. Mr. Eggers, welcome. And then after that, we'll go to Representative Sweeney online when Walt's completed. Welcome back to corporations. It's been a couple of years.
It certainly has. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Walter Eggers, and I'm here representing the American Clean Power Association. We do appreciate you reviewing this bill, the 2022 Senate File 20. We supported that bill and we continue to support the concept because what the bill would have done is to clarify what was the existing practice at the time and had been the practice for many years, which was state assessment of the property of independent power producers, or IPPs, for Wyoming property tax purposes. It had been state assessed for many years, and the department had recognized that. Last year, the department's director determined and announced that she did not believe the statutes gave the department the authority, and so this bill was to clarify that authority. It did not pass as was described. I would like to just take a moment, recognizing the comments that have been made, and just make a couple of comments on behalf of the American Clean Power Association. There are some, we believe, strong policy reasons why the assessment of IPP property should remain at the state level and not at the county level. Before I quickly address those points, though, I'd like to just address one piece. I think Assessor Huxtable described the assessment process, the three approaches to valuation. I think did a good job of describing how assessments are done. What I'd like to do is briefly describe what happens when a taxpayer disagrees with an assessment, challenges the assessment by filing an appeal. Because there are some really important differences between how that happens when property is locally assessed, county assessed, versus when it's assessed by the Department of Revenue at the state level. My day-to-day practice is mostly representing taxpayers who are working with county assessors on property tax issues and who occasionally file appeals with the assessor that are heard by the county boards of equalization. I also work with taxpayers who are working with the Department of Revenue and occasionally file appeals to the State Board of Equalization. And I just want to take a moment to talk a little bit about the distinctions between those processes, because I think it's important to this committee's consideration as you're looking at this 2022 bill. The County Board of Equalization, it's important to recognize that the county board is made up of the County Board of Commissioners. The elected commissioners sit as the County Board of Equalization to hear tax appeals when a taxpayer contests a county assessor's assessment. And when we're talking about complex industrial or commercial property, like we are with IPP property, those hearings are detailed and they are complex. For complex property, and Senator Case is exactly right, that the county assessors do assess complex property, industrial property regularly. When those assessments are appealed to the county board, those hearings can be multiple days. They involve witnesses, expert witnesses, exhibits, including sometimes independent appraisals by the taxpayers, cross-examination and arguments and legal arguments and valuation arguments that the County Board of Commissioners, sitting as a County Board of Equalization, is there to judge. And I've had the experience, I think, in 8 different counties of taking appeals before county boards, and every single county board does a very good job of addressing these issues. But it is significant that they are the County Board of Commissioners and not full-time tax, not a board that addresses tax issues and appeals on a regular basis like the State Board of Equalization does. Those are 3, as you know, 3 full-time members of the Board of Equalization who hear nothing but tax appeals and other tax issues. And so that's an important issue. And what happens is that we get appeals of these complex properties to the county boards, and it's difficult. It's difficult for the taxpayer, it's difficult for the assessors group, and we believe it's difficult for the county commissioners sitting as the County Board of Equalization. So the ramifications of this bill go beyond simply the work of the assessor, but also implicate the work of the county board when there are appeals of the assessments that are made. My point in stressing that is that these can be complex, contested cases, and preserving the status quo, keeping this assessment at the state level also would keep the appeals of any assessments made by the Department of Revenue before the State Board of Equalization. I mentioned I thought there were some policy reasons in favor of state assessment. I'd like to just very briefly address those. First of all, as I've mentioned a couple of times, this bill would have maintained the status quo, would have kept the assessment where it has been for at least 10 years with the Department of Revenue. And I very much appreciate Assessor Huxtable's comments about contracting with the third party to ensure uniformity, and it'll be the same contracted third party, T.Y. Pickett, that's doing the appraisals in the various different counties. But that uniformity was already ensured when this was being held or handled by the experts at the Department of Revenue. My second point is that IPP power plants, whether it's wind or solar or other, have identical infrastructure to the infrastructure that is used by the public utilities when it comes to wind farms or solar farms, et cetera. And so from our position, there is a question of equal treatment and consistent treatment and treatment by the same assessor, namely the Department of Revenue, who's handling this similar, if not identical, property. Things have worked well. It has worked well before the Department of Revenue, and we do not, as an industry, believe that a change is either necessary or needed. There's a very interesting, back in 2015, there was a question about whether airlines should be state assessed. They had always been state assessed, but there was a question about whether the statute supported that state assessment of airlines. The legislature clarified by including airlines in the list of property that is state assessed. And that's precisely what we sought to have happen with 2002 Senate File 20. And again, very much appreciative that you're looking at this bill again, because we believe it's not too late, and that in fact, despite the good hard work that is being done, that this properly rests with the Department of Revenue and should continue to be addressed by the department. I know there are several members, representatives of industry here and others who want to speak, so I will stop there, but very happy to answer any questions you may have of me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Eggers. My first question, so you talked about when you said identical infrastructure. So if this becomes, let's say the law changes and it's really tough to ever probably change it back, arguably, but that argument on exact infrastructure, it could change over time, right? As things happen, technology develops. And so I guess that worries me, but there is some type of shift. I don't know what your thoughts are on the industry. Perhaps do you see that with technological advances, there may be these turbines fit better in this county, or this type of, I don't know, installation works better at different sizes and scales. And so there would be a differential that we would have to address in the future, or do you think the Department of Revenue could handle that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I do fundamentally believe that the department can adjust to, as it does with all of the other properties that it assesses, to changes in technology, upgrades, changes in the way business does business. I think that is something the department can handle. When I said that the infrastructure, the facilities are identical, what I meant was really on the ground, looking at the wind farms themselves or the solar farms or the other facilities. The facilities themselves are the same as the facilities that are being assessed by the Department of Revenue of the public utilities. The IPPs are not public utilities. That is absolutely correct. They're not regulated by the Public Service Commission, but the facilities, the actual equipment that's being assessed for property tax purposes is the same. And it's our position that that ought to be addressed by the same assessor, namely the Department of Revenue.
Other questions? Representative. Go back to, any other questions for Holland Hart? Seeing none. All right, thank you much.
Thank you.
Other people here to present on former Senate File 20. And again, probably the motion would be to have this committee take it up in further depth at our next meeting, but make it an.
Or you could re-refer it to the Revenue Committee, Mr. Chairman.
We could always have the Revenue Committee meeting take it up. And speaking of, I think Representative Sweeney, would you like the floor right now while the next group's getting ready? I did tell you could go next if you're available, Rep. Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can wait until the end after the industry has spoke, but if you prefer me to go now, I certainly can.
I get the sense you'll probably do both. So go ahead now, Representative Sweeney, and
okay,
always good to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The concept of Senate File 20 was quite simple. It clarifies Wyoming statutes to assure that all power plants in Wyoming continue to be valued by the electricity industry sector experts at the Wyoming Department of Revenue, as they have always been doing. It was a cleanup bill initially suggested by the Department of Revenue to make sure statute matched the department's practice. The 21 Interim Revenue Committee, as spoken to, spent hours studying all of the issues and taking testimony. Our committee ultimately advanced the bill that would become Senate File 20 as a committee bill in the 22 budget session. The bill just did not meet the 2/3 vote threshold. I believe it died on the Senate floor on a tie vote or there closely to it. But it still remains a common sense bill that I hope you would move forward. I urge the interim committee to endorse the bill, just like the interim revenue committee did last year. It is time critical for this legislature to discuss this statutory cleanup matter in this coming session. Otherwise, there may be unintended negative consequences, which you've heard the county assessors are gearing up for. And if we don't address the matter, then a process will begin to make some power plants assessed by the state, while other power plants will be assessed by individual counties. We heard hours of testimony, and it was testy at times, and I will definitely agree with that. The last comment that I'd like to make on this is Mr. Eggers, in his comments, brought up a point that I would like to talk about and point out is when these would go to a county board of equalization on an appeal. And we have still been dealing with problems here in Natrona County. And I assure you, it is not just going to be a Natrona County issue in the future, but the county boards of equalization really do not have the presumption with the taxpayers. It rests with your county assessors' ability. They are presumed absolutely correct, as is the State Board of Equalization. And so a industry partner, and these are complex issues. I know they deal with complex issues, but on the other hand, our county boards of equalization really, I don't have the tools in the toolbox, plus the presumption issue, which your revenue committee hopefully will work on during this interim. We had our first working group meeting on Monday of this week, and we do intend to work on those issues. But with that, I'll close my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rep. Sweeney. Questions? Seeing none, we'll go to NextEra next, and then the Business Alliance. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr.
Ms.
Chairman,
King.
members of the committee. My name is Mary Ann Shaner, and I represent NextEra Energy Resources, and I would like to introduce Angela Patali, who will speak on our behalf.
Welcome, Angela. Corporations in Hewlett, Wyoming.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair
at Sarah and Driscoll for the opportunity to speak in support of SF20. My name is Angela Patali. I work for NextEra Energy Resources, as has been stated. My sole focus is on state tax policy. I work in our regulatory and political affairs team. We are the world's largest wind and solar company. We developed and own and operate the 225 megawatt Roundhouse Wind Project in Laramie County. And we developed and built the 533 megawatt Cedar Springs projects in Converse County, of which we still own 333 megawatts and operate that facility. These projects represent over $1 billion of capital investment, and we have further plans to bring online 556 megawatts of new wind energy projects by 2024, representing an additional $1 billion investment in the state, bringing along with that the land payments and the taxes that they will generate. We're currently the 6th largest non-minerals property taxpayer in the state, according to the 2021 report just released by the Department of Revenue. And over the expected 30-year lives of these two projects alone, we will pay approximately $255 million in landowner payments and will generate hundreds of millions of dollars in tax revenue. Wyoming's business-friendly climate, we hope will continue to allow us to invest, and we hope to bring on and execute an additional $4 billion of wind and solar projects in Wyoming in future years, bringing economic diversity and job opportunities to the state as well. But we need your help. Without legislative action, there will be a shift in the assessment of our facilities from the state to the county in 2023, as you've been told. We believe this will result in uncertainty, disparate treatment for wind farms from county to county, and create different classes of owners between independent power producers and utilities, and will be a disruption to the industry. Additionally, and something that has not been discussed, is that the allocation of the wind generation tax among counties is based on relative property tax valuations. So we pay our generation taxes up to the state. The state then divides those up and sends them back down to the counties based on a ratio of the relative values in the different states or the different counties. So if these values change, there's going to be an unexpected shift, and there will be winners and losers among counties with regard to the generation tax revenues. And as we fear, the property values of independent power producers go up, then the utilities, the counties with the utilities are going to be the losers in that calculation. For these reasons, we ask this committee to support drafting language similar to Senate File 20 to clarify the statute, maintain the status quo, which is working well, and to ensure that all wind facilities are treated the same, whether they are independently or utility owned. The Department of Revenue's published internal guidance on the valuation of these facilities cites the Supreme Court that has held that there is no rational basis for a difference in treatment of regulated and non-regulated utilities, and that valuation should not be based on ownership type. Yet failure of the legislature to act will result in existing and future projects of IPPs being locally assessed, a major departure from history, and a major departure from the treatment of utility-owned wind and solar facilities. Not only is this could have negative cost impacts, but without passage of SF20, wind energy companies could be dealing with as many as 23 different tax regimes. And I understand that today the assessors have agreed on one standard and one company to do that, one third-party appraiser, but they're not locked into that into the future. And we've seen some unscrupulous third-party appraisers in other states, which I think you're going to hear more about from one of the other parties that's going to testify. We have experience ourselves as a large wind developer in many other states with both local assessments and state assessments of property tax values. There are protests that arise for many legitimate reasons, and people can disagree on the appropriate variables to use in an assessment. But in our experience, we've only had to protest local assessments, and they typically involve third-party appraisers. We think that without this legislation, Wyoming is going in the wrong direction and heading in the direction of some states that have had major, major problems. Again, you'll hear more about that, particularly in Oklahoma. Also, Mr. Eggers testified about the difficulty of the process at the local level. That's because Wyoming is not a de novo state, meaning that the trial basically has to occur at the first hearing level. So all evidence, all witnesses, everything that you want to introduce has to be done at that level, or you lose the opportunity as you go up the chain in the protest, which makes it very much more complicated at the local level. We believe that will make it difficult to meet statutory deadlines for decision-making by the local county boards of equalization, while and puts in question whether we can even get a full and fair review at that level. In their testimony last interim, some of the local assessors testified that they were simply seeking more transparency into the Department of Revenue's valuation of each wind project. While we have concerns about singling out the wind industry in that regard and ensuring confidentiality of sensitive and proprietary information, we, along with other members of the industry, did come forward and come to the table last session and offer compromise language that would allow more access to the working documents. We still have those concerns, but we remain willing to seek a compromise on such a provision. In short, and lastly, we urge this committee to support SF20, allowing all wind facilities to remain state assessed regardless of ownership. This is complex work that requires skilled expertise and training, which the employees at the Department of Revenue have already demonstrated, and who have no incentive to assess property at either higher or lower amount than fair market value. Additionally, the DOR outlines a robust internal review process according to their internal published guidelines that we feel is adequate. And with that, thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? Representative McCloskey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So your facility is half utility owned and half private producer, correct? So if there was some sort of discrepancy in the next little while, it should pop up right there and we would be able to use that as a baseline. Would that be accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen, the facilities that we currently own are not utility properties. We are not a utility. We did build the Cedar Springs projects and we sold a portion of that to a utility. So the Cedar Springs project is partially utility owned and partially IPP owned. So that would be two facilities sitting right next to each other that were built as part of the one project that would be assessed differently.
For the questions, seeing none. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
With that, Ms. Delancey, you are up. Floor is yours, Cindy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Cindy Delancey, and I'm with the Wyoming Business Alliance. Knowing that it's probably me and a few others standing between you and your lunch hour, I will do my very best to keep my comments short and not reiterate what's already been stated by past witnesses. I just wanted to reemphasize to this committee that, as I followed this discussion for a while, I recall the discussion started from the request from the Department of Revenue seeking clarity in the existing practice. I don't recall that request was to change the existing practice. It was to clarify. So absent any evidence through testimony that our system is failing or that there's some systemic problems with our existing practice, we ask that this committee and the legislature continue to work towards that clarity within the existing status quo. Business needs certainty at a time when the world is very uncertain around us and markets are so volatile. Knowing of having a clear and precise system and process in place is really essential for business to plan and be prepared and ready to be able to continue to invest in Wyoming. In addition to, things that we've heard as far as what this new process could look like, we're at a time where local resources are very scarce. And I can assure you, from my past practice working in county government as a county attorney, these types of commercial appraisals are very, very expensive. So if, I just question the wisdom as far as, expending precious resources on services that we already have at the state level to be able to continue to, effectuate a process that seems to be working. So particularly as we try to grow and develop the wind industry, changing process could be perceived as adding barriers as far as, seeking to create a new process. The members of the Business Alliance supported Senate File 20 during the last session, and we still support seeking that clarity to continue to implement the status quo as requested by the Department of Revenue. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for any questions, and I deeply appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, and LSO allowing me to testify remotely today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for the Business Alliance? Not seeing any. Cindy, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, representatives and senators. This is my first time in front of the Corporations Committee, so thank you for having me here and thank you for your time. My name is Mandy Metters. I'm the Public Policy Director for Duke Energy Sustainable Solutions. I'm responsible for tracking and advocating in 43 states outside of our footprint. For those unfamiliar with Duke Energy, we are a Fortune 150 company headquartered in Charlotte, North Carolina. We are one of the top 4 utilities in the nation, and we are one of America's largest energy holding companies. Our electric utilities serve 8.2 million customers in North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky, and collectively own over 50 gigawatts of energy capacity in coal, nuclear, natural gas, solar, and hydropower. Our natural gas utility serves 1.6 million customers in North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Ohio, Kentucky, and our company employs over 28,000 people. Duke Energy Solutions is the wholesale power producing subsidiary of Duke Energy. We develop, own, or operate over 10 gigawatts of renewable power and solar, wind, and storage in 22 states outside of our utility footprint. In Wyoming, we have 4 wind farms totaling 400 megawatts in Laramie and Converse counties. To this date, Duke Energy has not and does not currently have any property tax protests pending in Wyoming. And I am representing Duke to be proactive about this issue that has occurred in other states. One of the states I work in that you heard about that has faced this issue for many years is Oklahoma. To give you a little bit of background on how this issue developed in Oklahoma, Oklahoma has had a temporary incentive that provided a state ad valorem exemption for wind farms for 5 years. During the 5 years that the wind farm was under the exemption, the wind farms were centrally assessed. Once a wind farm rolled off the 5-year ad valorem exemption, the wind farms became locally assessed. As more wind farms rolled off central assessment to local assessment, the number of protests and amount held in escrow rose dramatically. In the last interim study held last summer, the county assessors represented that $80 million was held in escrow due to protests between the wind and oil and gas industries, preventing funds from being distributed to other counties, to schools and other county resources. There was also a backlog of ad valorem protest appeals idling in district court for years. The interim study brought to light 3 primary issues contributing to the increase in protests under local assessment. First, the district courts did not have the resources to process the number of protest appeals coming in annually. Second, there was a lack of a standardized methodology for valuation of wind and oil and gas assets used by the third-party appraiser hired by the counties. And there was also a lack of communication between the school districts and regarding protests and the assessors regarding protests and contested value. After many attempts by the industry and the county assessors to solve the protest issue over the last 10 years, the Oklahoma legislature took steps last session to resolve the backlog of protests. House Bill 3901 provided the option to appeal the protest over three $3 million directly to a court of tax review rather than to the district court. A second bill, House Bill 2627, increased communication between the assessors and the schools, removed the third-party appraiser from the negotiation of value during a protest, and subjected the communication between third-party appraisers and the county assessors to the Oklahoma Open Records Act. This legislation is a significant step in resolving a decades-long issue in Oklahoma. We fully support Senate File 20 to keep IPV property to remain centrally assessed, and we remain willing to work with the assessors on any compromise language. Happy to take any questions.
So generally, you don't think we should have a more robust, complicated system like Oklahoma? Because that sounds not much fun for anyone.
No, and it has not been.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I might ask you, in Wyoming, there hasn't been a single tax protest of the assessment of wind farms. And I just point out that having appeals and digging down into the data is not necessarily a bad thing. I understand it could be overwhelming, but we haven't had any in over a decade at the state level. I think that's food for thought. Maybe the lady would like to address that.
Do you have any thoughts? But you could say how great Wyoming is. But any thoughts on, I know you work in a lot of states. Is there one state that's a model that you have less contestations in that we should be looking towards?
The only thing I can say, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. The only thing I can say is Wyoming has consistently, we have not and historically have not had protests in Wyoming due to the central assessment, and we don't. If IPV property remains centrally assessed, we do not anticipate further protests.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for
Thank
being all the way here, Ms. Metters. Mr. Brown. I'm just guessing if you're here for telecom, we'll probably be moving that till after lunch, but Director Reiner, I'm optimistic we're still going to get to electric vehicles before we break for lunch after this. So, but if you're here for telecom, you might break for lunch now. But with that, Chris, welcome to Corporations.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Chris Brown, representing Powering Up Wyoming. We stand in support of Senate File 20. I realize time is long and I will be brief. I think it's important to note, though, Mr. Chairman and committee, that during the interim last year, when Director Henson testified that this cleanup was needed in order to maintain the status quo, the assessors had initially voiced a reluctance in taking on this responsibility. And by their own testimony have shown that they don't have the expertise and need to outsource expertise in order to get this done. I raise that not to be disparaging towards the assessors. I raise it to illustrate the concern that industry has when their tax burden has been consistently established from the state, now would shift to an entity determining their tax burden that has shown some indecision in taking this on as a whole. As was mentioned earlier, several of us met with the assessors while this bill was being discussed during the session to talk about the accessibility language and their access to the confidentiality language. I do feel that the industry is willing to sit down with them to try to find some compromise on that accessibility. And I do think that there is significant interest in continuing this discussion. The bill, as was mentioned earlier, did fail introduction in the Senate on a 15-15 vote. And on our work in the House, there was significant interest in moving this forward as well. So we greatly appreciate your consideration in bringing this back as a bill next session. I'm happy to stand for questions. Pardon me, next meeting.
Questions for Mr. Brown? Seeing none. Thanks for being here, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anybody here from the Department of Revenue? No one online?
I think they were at the Revenue Committee the other day.
Were they at the Revenue meeting?
Yeah.
I
Maybe
always get
that's
a
where this
little
should be.
uncomfortable when we say, well, when, Director Henson testified towards something, and I just wanted to see if she or anyone from her staff was here to confirm or deny exactly what was said last year. But
She's always at the Revenue Committee, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sure she will look forward to visiting corporations if we continue with this bill. With that, any other public comment on last session, Senate File 20, Welcome County Commissioners Association, and we do have two people online, one of which requested and one I guess we'll hear from. But with that, Mr. Reeman, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Reeman here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. And for this context, the County Board of Equalization. And I wanted to just respond to a few things. I had not intended to testify today, but some of the testimony certainly draws my attention. As an interim position last year, we were opposed to this particular legislation for many of the reasons that you've heard from the assessors and others. How that would have looked like as a formal position, I don't know. I have members that might come out on either side of this conversation, but I wanted to make some comments relative to elements of county. You heard that commissioners can't deal with complex issues. At least that's the way that I interpreted the testimony. You heard that commissioners can't provide fair and favorable process before a county board of equalization. You've also heard that the counties don't have resources to deal with these issues. None of those are things that my members have expressed to me relative to this issue. They have moved forward with tackling this issue. They've put forward the appropriate resources to deal with it, have worked to ensure that the process that happens in the very near future is fair and equitable and consistent across counties. What I've emphasized to them is the need to ensure that we have defensible data as we go into this process. And let's be very clear, unless there's a special session, the counties are going to be doing this work this year. That wasn't just a decision of the Department of Revenue. That was a determination of the Attorney General's office that said that this should be locally assessed. Certainly you can make your changes and I will certainly follow that. I think the other point that I would make is part of the frustration that existed for commissioners on this particular issue has been the lack of transparency, the lack of information relative to the state assessments and the ability for counties to get that information. We have asked for that. You've had bills before you, committees have had bills before you in order to ensure that that would happen. Those didn't pass. This legislation didn't pass. So we're going to do our work in the very best way that we can and within the process that you've established for us. And if there's any frustration that I've heard from my commissioners relative to the County Board of Equalization process, it is simply that it's the limitations on their power, not their ability to process information or to act fairly. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions that the committee may have.
Questions for the County Commissioners Association? Do they like being the Board of Equalization or Board of Appeals for and all these measures? I'm sure they certainly do in many of our counties.
Mr. Chairman, no county commissioner runs to be on the County Board of Equalization. It's one of those dirty jobs that you end up having to manage. And I can't tell you that there's a single commissioner that necessarily enjoys the process. That doesn't mean that they shirk that responsibility. And certainly some counties have had a considerable number of protests before them on issues. And they've tried to manage that the best they can.
With that, no further question. Thank you, Mr. Reeman. Mr. McNiven, you have your camera on, then we'll go to Mr. Merklin. Go ahead, Travis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Travis McNiven, here representing Annual Renewable Energy. Wanted to certainly associate no sense in repeating a number of things that have already been said along the lines of business certainty, consistency, and certainly working well at the state level. You've heard from larger organizations in the space within the industry. Enyo is certainly on the smaller side, but wanted to let the committee know that even the smaller independent power producers certainly still have some of the same concerns moving forward. and would, again, not rehash the number of points that have been made by the previous speakers, and will certainly let you move on with your day. But do know, not just some of the larger players within the space have some of those thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. McNiven. Any questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here, Travis. Next up, Mr. Merklin, thoughts on Senate File 20, if you have some.
Yes, can you hear me there?
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. This is Dick Merklin. I've been before your committee before, but not with the Wyoming Solar Commission. I represent about 200 members here in the Cheyenne area that have renewable energy resources on their property. And my concern, I'll boil right down to Senate File number 20 that was killed in committee back in February. But my concern with this is that there's going to be, I would like that there be some language in any of the future bills that your committee or other committees come up with on this matter. And the bill that I would request or have language is to exclude any owners of renewable energy resources such as solar or wind, especially those who are able to operate off the grid, as well as all others who have these systems on their property. My concern is down the road somewhere at some time, there will be those that will look at this and try to include all systems that are producing electricity. We already pay taxes on our systems.
Appreciate it. Mr. Merklin, questions? Seeing none. All right, anyone else want to talk about Senate File 20? We'll close public comment at this point. Committee, is there any motion on drafting this as a committee bill for our next meeting? Representative Roscoe.
I would like to make a motion that we do draft this as a committee bill.
Okay.
From our corporation committee.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Duncan. Discussion committee. I know Senator Case has some.
Well, Mr. Chairman, talk about committee shopping. We do have a revenue committee. Revenue committee passed this out last time. Revenue committee could take a look at it again. It's searching for a friendly forum. And I'm really kind of offended by it, actually. And I must admit, it looked directly at the sponsor. I'm very offended. He switched his vote last time. It was the knife edge between the committee and subject to unbelievable lobbying. But all of these assessors and counties have prepared to implement this, and they're going to implement it anyway. So you're going to do change and then change back. And there was very good testimony that maybe we're not getting all the money that we should be getting for the school kids in Wyoming, which are the biggest beneficiaries of the property taxes. The mere fact that at the state level, very thin amount of people working on this and no appeals, taxpayers are happy. It's a very nice, good thing to have our assessors and our commissioners who've geared up to do this take a fresh look. And if you don't trust them as elected officials, I'm not sure what we're doing here. These people evaluate industrial facilities of all sorts. They're not applying new methods. They've worked very hard to make sure that the taxation is uniform. There may be some disagreements as it moves forward, but it's going to be a change that Wyoming needs, and it'll get worked out in a very collaborative way. So I suggest we let the counties do their work and not pass this.
Senator Scott, you have your hand raised. Thoughts on this bill? And it's the
Mr.
motion just to
Chairman.
make it a committee bill for our next meeting. Yep.
Yeah, I understand the motion. Mr. Chairman, I've had internet troubles and only been able to hear a little more than half the testimony. on this bill, so I'm going to ask under those circumstances to be excused from voting on it.
Certainly acceptable. The committee, I guess if there's no one here from revenue, I mean, I would like to hear from them, and I guess my apologies as your committee chairman for not specifically inviting revenue to this meeting or ensuring they had it on their radar. I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Case or anyone else, I mean, the fundamental aspect of this bill is, do we have 23 assessors deciding how to value the property in their counties, or do we have one kind of statewide? And I can see that there's good and bad on both sides of it. I'm sure if I'm industry, I would like, some certainty and one place to be able to appeal and not have to do appeals in 23 counties. And I would be maybe concerned that, right, do you have an out-of-state company? It's not like residential appeals for people who they work and see their assessor every day. These are companies out of state beholden to, somewhere they visit once a year. And it might be more difficult, and they might not believe they're getting a fair break or fair, that the residential might be lower and the industrial might be higher than it should be. So I can see the concern, I think, from industry standpoint as well. I guess my question may be, when we've already closed public comment, but is there any more middle ground than what we currently have? Letting the department do it with advice from the local assessors? Is there other partnership or compromise ways that your committee, I know, discuss this more in depth than we are? And if this amendment motion moves forward, I'm sure we'll discuss it more, but anything, if this does go forward, I'm not sure if it will or not, based on the current committee, we could be asking for more information to come to our next meeting, in your opinion.
Mr. Chairman, there's a lot in there, but I think you were directing a question at me. Counties value industrial property of all types. They, whether it's a tank farm in Converse County and there's a tank farm down in Laramie County, they get valued. They do it all the time. Most industrial property pays a higher rate, as you know. They pay 11.5%. Counties, it's actually a very small amount of property that is state assessed. Okay? Work with me on this. And why is it state assessed? It's because it's a common plant that crosses county borders, like electric utility networks that are then shared back with the states. The money for these plants is entirely within the county, unlike the bulk of the rest of the state assessed property. That's why it needs to be locally assessed. Yes, the reason we went down this road before is the county assessors were saying, we want information about how these facilities located exclusively in our counties in most cases are providing the tax revenues to benefit our local services. And we can't figure it out. And when we ask for the information, you hide behind the confidentiality statute. We brought statutes to change that. Fought tooth and nail by everyone. Then we got a new director of the Department of Revenue who said, you know what? The truth is, this doesn't belong as a state assessed statute or property as it's written. The assessor said, that's what we've been trying to tell you, because it's all located within a county. Just like a refinery or other industrial facility. So this is where we end up. There was a lot of skullduggery about the last session with bills coming in and coming back over here. It was a knife edge vote all the way. We made it to here. They're doing their job. Why don't we see if they do their job well? And we can come and fix it if it looks like it's a disaster. But I'll tell you what, having a couple of appeals wouldn't be a bad thing in a situation where there hasn't been any for 10 or 15 years. All of this plant is entirely within one county. That county assessor's job is to go after the funds to support the schools, the municipalities, et cetera. They're just trying to do their job, and they figured out how to do it in a uniform manner. Man, you ought to be patting them on the back. And the county commissioners have stood up and given them more resources. That's where we're at.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this might be a question well directed to somebody who has a lot of experience in the legislature. But I'm curious with regard to the rest of the statute, why is oil and gas specifically excluded or not included in the statute as it's written, especially now that we're getting some major gas projects and major oil projects that do extend beyond county barriers? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you know Senator Case?
I would bet Mr. Obermuller, did he disappear?
He did. He moved on.
Yeah, you're talking about the piece of statute that says what is state assessed? I'll have to look at that for you, but just because it crosses a couple of boundaries doesn't necessarily make it from being county assessed to being elsewhere. Counties do work out shared facilities all the time, and Ms. Huxtable could probably tell you how that works. But it's not the nature of things like a utility network, communications facilities that are a network clear across the state. The airline example, I think there's a lot of politics in that one, to tell you the truth. And there's no rational basis in my mind as to how that came about. That was politics. And so Ms. Huxtable, can you maybe help with, can I yield to her on
that question from Representative McGuire, if you know?
McGuire, and maybe how you handle property in 2 counties?
Welcome back.
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman Sponsor, Senator Case. In regards to properties that do cross boundary lines that are locally assessed, we do have those all the time. A particular one might be a pipeline that starts in one county and ends in the other. We will value that pipeline as a whole and then allocate based on distance the value. Very similar with any other facility that would cross the county line, you would value it as a whole and then allocate it. But typically you're not going more than crossing one boundary. You're going from one county to another, for example, a Campbell to a Converse. So the difference between that and the publicly regulated is those are over multiple counties, taxing entities, and in some cases across state lines, inter and intrastate. I hope that answered it.
Follow up, McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that is very interesting. So my question would go into what in the legal world is called forum shopping. So let's say that there's a pipeline and 70% of it is in Natrona County, 30% of it is in Converse County. Would Natrona County automatically do the assessment and then allocate? Or would that company be able to shop and look for the best quote unquote rate or the most friendly assessment? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Huxtable, how would you do it?
Mr. Chairman, Representative McGuire, so it's the assessor's responsibility to value it. So the assessors in each county would make the decision on how they would determine that value. My experience has been we work with each other. We have one contract appraiser that does all of it, and then we allocate it based on the distance. We do have a few situations where it is valued separately, but we use the same methodology for both of them, maybe the cost per mile or that kind of thing. And so one county will value it from their side, the other county will value it from there, but they're using the same methodology and the same costs that the company has provided on renditions and that the appraiser has validated and in most cases use these 3 approaches to value to get there. But it is typically the counties working together. There's not that many of them that cross county line. And in most cases, the assessors do work together with a united contract or an allocated contract with a third-party appraiser. And if they don't, then you're right, they do each value it separately. But then, of course, the taxpayer has the right to appeal. And in most counties, that is the majority. In a lot of cases, that is the majority of the appeals at the county level are those industry-driven values. I've had some of them, other counties have had some of them. They are complex. They can be time-consuming. We bring in experts, we do all of that, and then we settle it or we move it on up to the state board, whatever the process deems from the taxpayer standpoint.
Thanks. So I guess my concern is right now, the process is you're going to work with the other assessors. There's going to be some type of uniform way to value independent power producers. And then if they have a concern, they would initiate an appeal, but it would go to whatever county their concern was within, unless it was multiple counties. And then depending on what the county commissioners did, but let's just assume they'll primarily take their assessors, financial statements. It's still going to district court, right? If they want to continue to appeal. Otherwise, if the state did it, it would be a uniform method. And if they had a problem, they would just go right to that same district court hearing. I'm just saying, if I'm industry and I'm trying to get a fair shake and they, for some reason, seem to believe that a statewide from the Department of Revenue is better, assumedly they think your formula might be higher and assess them more is what I'm guessing. Do you understand what I'm getting? I'm trying to think tell me what the benefit, I guess I'm asking you, what is the benefit of letting our county assessors have a uniform system that's out of your purview individually anyway, and it going through this kind of two-step process through your county commissioners instead of just letting the state do it and you wiping your hands of it? Why do you want this, knowing that it seems to be more trouble than it's worth to me if you do get people appealing and, disagreeing?
Thank you, Chairman Swenser. So as has been stated, I value a lot of industrial property in my county and they get appealed and I go through the same process. It's the same three methods of appraisal: cost, income, and market. And that is true for every property that we value, from the simplest house to the most difficult complex. So these facilities are in my backyard. You heard from some people today that have facilities in my county and in another county, but that company that talked to you today is not who's being taxed. It's the specific entity that they created to build that facility in my backyard. I know what's in that facility. I know what's there. I've been able to take the tours to go do that. I believe I'm capable of valuing that property and doing it fair and equitably using all the appropriate appraisal methodologies that are out there. If the taxpayer thinks I didn't, they have a taxpayer remedy of an appeal, and it goes to my County Board of Equalization. There is also the opportunity for it to be certified straight to the state. That has happened with previous cases where it was a unique case that affected multiple counties. I was a part of it. We certified that appeal from the local level to the state, so it was only being heard once. So it was a statewide situation. I would anticipate that if there were appeals on these from these local counties that are involved, and remember, it's not 23. There's about 7 counties that are involved. If there was to be appeals, I would anticipate it may be a situation where we would certify those appeals to the state board, one hearing, state has to accept it, taxpayer has to accept it, County Board of Equalization has to accept that it's being moved up a level. And then you've just bypassed the first hearing is actually at the state board. So there are those options, and that's actually more remedy, in my opinion, for them to have uniform hearing. Why would I want to do that? Because I have no say, none whatsoever, in the state values that come from the state of Wyoming, the Department of Revenue, on the properties located in my county. I get a value and a tax district, and I have no say on what that represents. I have no right to appeal, I have no right to question, and I have no right to see the appraisal. That's why I would like the information as to where these values come from.
Thank you much. And with that, we kept this going long enough that the Director of the Department of Revenue has joined us. And so, Ms. Henson, the floor is yours. I don't know how much of our discussion you've heard, or if someone ran down the hall and said, you better get on this. But we're discussing Senate File 20 from this previous session. I know you dealt with it in the Revenue Committee in the interim last year. So any background you can provide and your thoughts either on statutory authority or on if there's the process the assessors have come up with you believe is adequate, or if you do believe it should be uniform at the state level. and any rationale you'd like to provide. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue. First and foremost, I apologize. Had some technical difficulties here at the Department of Revenue attending the meeting. I was able to listen to some of the conversation. I do want to just back up and just state that this really did come from a review of Title 39 and looking at 3913-102, the administration and confidentiality statutes, and it's under what would be K, where K and M, M, where it really lists those properties that the Department of Revenue is responsible for valuing annually. You may recall that's the valuation of all gross mining products, oil and gas. We also value pipeline companies, electric utilities, railroads, railcar companies, telecommunications, other public utilities, cable and satellite television companies, and then, as was stated to earlier, the inclusion of airline companies was added a few years ago. In the same realm of where this statute and this bill came to the legislature to provide guidance to the Department of Revenue and to provide clarity that what we had been doing historically in valuing those independent power producers was appropriate. And we have no position. We are not advocating one way or the other. I do appreciate the testimony related to the appraisal methods that exist, the three approaches to value. The Revenue Committee heard my testimony where assessors are bound by those same appraisal methods that the Department of Revenue is. I would like to say that I believe that the staff here at the Department of Revenue have the training, the expertise, and they are absolutely capable of valuing independent power producers, just as we value that other list of companies that I've just mentioned. I will say that from the department's perspective, we do work with other states. We work and focus our training to ensure that our appraisers have that knowledge and experience. Ms. Huxtable is right. They're not in our backyard. We do on-site inspections. The pandemic did change some of that a little bit the last couple of years. But when we see on the annual reports that we receive from department assessed companies, if there are significant changes that are occurring, we do on-site inspections. Typically, we invite the county assessor to come with us during those on-site inspections. So certainly, as we proceed in the future, if these properties, the independent power producers, are deemed to be something that the legislature wants us to continue to value, we'll do so. One thing I wanted to make sure the committee understood as far as appeals, we definitely have a process by which we communicate with every property owner of that we value, every company that we value. We send out an initial appraisal. We give them an opportunity for a work meeting. We then sit down with their accountants, their tax reps, any company representatives. We go over all of the information to see if there are any questions that we have. It's not, and I'm not talking specifically independent power producers. I'm talking, this is how we value property that we're responsible for valuing. So what I would like to say is that I'm confident that we could continue to value these properties, but I have the utmost respect for the county assessors across the state who have taken the guidance that they received during the last legislative session, where basically they were told that they were to be responsible for valuing those, and they've taken the steps that are necessary. I do believe that this is a policy issue that the legislature needs to address, and the Department of Revenue stands willing to help. We have already reached out to all the county assessors, asked them to submit in writing if they would like to see the information, the annual reports of those independent power producers, what we've had on file historically, to assist them as they prepare to value these in 2023. Should the legislature deem it appropriate to take this item up again, we can continue to value those in 2023 here at the Department of Revenue without any additional resources. My appraisers stand ready. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thanks, Ms. Henson. So quick question. 4 years ago, who was in charge of these appraisals, valuations? Was it your department? Was it the county assessor? 4 or 5 years ago?
Mr. Chairman, the Department of Revenue has valued wind farms. We didn't have any solar facilities. I will tell you what the decision was made prior to my serving as the property tax administrator over a decade ago, that the Department of Revenue was valuing wind farms. I believe that that was based on an expectation that wind farms were going to be owned by rate regulated public utilities. What we found is that is not the direction that all of the properties went. And so the mindset then under, I believe it was Director Ed Schmidt and Marvin Applequist was the property tax division administrator at that time, thinking that independent power producers, the properties were similar to electric utilities and they would continue to value them. We were not challenged. No one challenged that valuation methodology. It was during the discussion during the last couple of years, and I apologize, I was not a part of that discussion in that I had retired from the Department of Revenue, and this topic came to light, and it seemed appropriate that the legislature needed to take a position on whether these should be department assessed or not.
Okay, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Henson. Appreciate you being here and appreciate all the testimony here this morning. I am certainly compelled by my good Senate colleague, Senator Case, based on his concerns. However, I'm also compelled by so many of the concerns in the room and the previous vote counts in this last budget session. And in light of, I think, the interest and robustness of this topic, it would be my position to make a motion for a bill draft simply for the purpose of continuing the conversation at our next meeting, recognizing we've been going for approaching 5 hours and we're not going to be doing good work without a break. But this is a topic that deserves its own discrete agenda item, I think, at our next meeting, and allow for further discussion by all the stakeholders in the room and by the committee members, at least to be educated at a minimum about this topic in light of its history. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion. Looking for a second.
Since there's a motion, is there a second? Seconded by Driscoll. Any other questions for Director Henson before I close discussion? Anybody else have a question for Director Henson? Okay, not seeing any. Brenda, thank you much for being here on short notice. Appreciate your time. All right, committee, there is a motion table the motion is to make it a committee draft bill for our August meeting and further discussion with, can someone, Senator Case.
Wouldn't surprise me if that's what the leadership would want. Mr. Chairman, I would like to speak against this. It's something we have devoted exhaustive number of hours. A course has been set. People are working on it. Counties are working like crazy to implement this, and you're pulling the rug out. And I just think that's really inappropriate, not to mention the inappropriateness of stealing from one committee to the other. So I'm opposed. I will be a no vote.
It's not it's just a simple voice vote to draft a bill for the next meeting. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. I think the ayes have it, because Senator Scott excused himself. So if anybody wants to call division, but otherwise, you want a division? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to draft a bill for discussion our next meeting, raise your hand. 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're going to draft it and talk about it again in August, committee. Director Reiner, I want to be cognizant of your schedule. If you have plans and needs to be back in Cheyenne by a certain time, or your staff, we would be happy to take up electronic vehicles for 10 or 15 minutes now. If you'd like to wait till after lunch, the committee might be more receptive. But we appreciate your time. Okay, with that, committee, let's take lunch until 2, maybe 2:05, because I know there's only 4 options here in town. And we'll reconvene at 2:05 and try to quickly jump back on our agenda schedule on telecom and electronic vehicles.